nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my
Alrighty, folks, I was giving it a little bit of a time to settle down a little bit. This is the problem I've been having with the streams, and I haven't been able to 100% pinpoint as far as what causes it. I did do a stream test, so I don't think it has anything to do with the internet, but it's definitely seems to harbor more around the system. Because right now I've got the system processors up here. I'm maxed out on all my RAM, as well as CPU use, and not sure why. I don't know what the heck is running. I guess it caused that. So we're gonna hopefully cross our fingers. In fact, we can put that in the chat here to kind of. Let me see. Let's do this. Will this work? I think it's in there. It's a rock. Oh crap! Which one is that one? I forget. This is why I want to get an emote, I guess, applied to the channel. Let's see if I can find out which one's that. This one right there. Rock X Fingers. That's what it is. This is all on BTTV, so if you don't have that, you might not necessarily see it. But this is why I want to get one of these. This is one of my recommendations, I guess, for... There it is. That's the one. Yeah, I don't have a command for it, unfortunately. It's only on BTTV, so yeah, not everybody necessarily has BTTV. And this is, again, like I said, one of the reasons I want to get it up on the channel here and get it not just exclusively on BTTV anyway. So yeah, definitely going to be monitoring, I guess, the situation, I guess, with the system here. Like I said, as it stands right now, I am 90% of memory use, 80% on the CPU, and it's, I don't know, I've turned off as many processes and applications as I can to try and remedy, I guess, that. So if the stream does crap out, we'll know why, but at least it did come back this time. It didn't completely die out as it has in the past. So alright, so I'm going to continue to monitor that, like I said, just to keep everybody aware. Welcome everybody on here coming in. This is a special rendition, I guess, of Spline Design Studios Saturday on a Thursday. I was not able to do my little yeah, with the OBS, you know, the streaming software is crapping out on me. I wasn't able to do my little spiel going into this, but yeah, this is still going to be considered the Spline Design Studios Saturday stream. Just having it on a different day is all. So that's not to confuse anybody. So as far as coming in here, be like, what is up with this? So the fact that some people might get confused with that. So I'm just trying to get some things loaded up here. Sorry, I missed stream yesterday. Been in the hospital since Monday. Yeah, oh, that's too bad. Sorry to hear about that. Hopefully everything is going okay. You probably didn't miss much because I had some issues, I guess, with the stream did crap out as well yesterday, to the point that I had to totally restart the stream. So I have two different VODs that are on the channel that cover, I guess, Wreckfest Wednesday. So that might be necessarily on the plus side. But yeah, definitely glad that the stream didn't completely crap out this time around. I did make sure, as I said, I turned off as many processes and applications that I could, and even by doing that, I'm still pretty pegged out on all the resources as far as memory and stuff. So what I am finding too, though, for some ridiculous reason, Discord uses a ton of resources, I guess, as far as I don't know why that is. That's definitely something I need to look at more. I've always known, I guess, that the browser always tends to use a lot of resources, but currently all I have is 2 tabs opened up on the browser, and I'm just testing some things out. So again, just be aware, I guess, as far as my situations here. Alright, so I did a full system reboot. That's probably another thing, I guess, to mention here, is just to hopefully remedy any potential problems. Obviously, still had some, as we all, Chavez and Torture, I'm sure you probably witnessed there, I guess, as far as, but good thing is, I did come back there. Shorted out on us for a little bit, and so I'm just trying to get some things loaded up here. Bear with me a moment as I get that situated here. Hope everybody's having a good Thursday. I know this is really unusual, I guess, to be streaming, I guess, on a Thursday. Not like we haven't done this before, though, right? I've had to do this before. But I wanted to make sure I'm covering up there. I don't want to totally negate the fact that I only stream 3 days out of the week as it is. I didn't want to totally deprive the channel content, I guess, as far as... Been a busy one in your neck of the woods there too, Torch? Yeah, it's definitely yeah, the fact that there would just be no way, if I did a stream at all on Saturday, it would be really super duper late. And by that we're talking like wee hours of the morning, and I didn't really want to do that. With everything I got going on there, it just wouldn't have been possible. So it just made sense, I guess, to do the stream on Thursday so that I could cover some of the things that I want to go over. So one of the things I have considering, I know this kind of relates somewhat to what you've been working on with your Dover build, I guess, for Inter 2003. So without further ado, let me go ahead and bring this over. Is that working? Yes, it is working. Cool. Mouse overlay is working. That's good. That was one of the things I was trying to get loaded and get working. Whether or not I go into the sim itself to be able to test things out, I don't really think I'll need the wheel, but we'll see. If it comes to that point, we can always adjust that as we go. So what I've got going on here, you can kind of get a sense here. A couple of folders here. So this vehicle transport thing, I did kind of work on this a little bit last Saturday. Just gonna cover that up. Cover that a little bit as far as what I was able to accomplish with that. In fact, I'll bring this over here. So these are the things that we started off with as far as the original 3DO and such. I have the TGA as well as a... Oh, that's not in here. It's in here. My bad. So we have a layer template for the new deal as far as the new layout for that. So it kind of shows all these pieces in here. These are all new. based on the new texture. So kind of go over that a little bit. I did tweet out, put the information out as far as how many polys we were able to reduce the original model, which I think, from what I remember, just off of memory, was like 548 polys that we'll be able to chunk out of that. Excuse me, in an effort to optimize that model a little bit more is all. Now, that's only one example of probably many other objects around that track that we would have to tackle. So I've got the track loaded up here, so definitely am considering just going, testing out in the sim itself or whatever to see how much optimization we are applying here. That's for sure. Me and my friend removed all the haulers and vehicle transports, and it still crashed the desktop after about 30 laps or so. Just the haulers, so not just all the objects, just the haulers. So yeah, you and your racing buddy there, I know you've mentioned that before in the past too. So you were able to remove just the haulers from it, create a new PTF, and that didn't remedy, I guess, on their system. Okay, haulers and transporters. Okay, so it does kind of tell you it's really going to depend on the user's system as far as what they have available. If they got a really low end system, I've always considered my system, I guess, is pretty beefy, in comparison to a lot of people that do run Enter 2003 in general. But the fact that we've seen what I've been able to, what type of frame rates and such and results that I've been able to get with what I've been able to adjust. But that's considering I got a pretty beefy system, I guess, for Enter 2003. So yeah, if you've got less than that, it could necessarily pose, I guess, some issues with the track if you don't have similar or close to what I've got, for example. So I'm sitting pretty stout, I guess, with 16 gigs of RAM, which is probably 4 times as much RAM that Enter 2003 even needs to run. But when you consider all these detailed objects that we have in the track, not discounting the track at all as far as the detail in it, but it does pose reason, I guess, to have to tone them down a little bit. But in an effort, I guess, to maintain some of that detail and quality, how do you necessarily accomplish that without just making it, just 2D planes, for example, like for such things as team haulers? We don't necessarily want to do that because that would be too cheesy looking. So there's a way to balance that out, and that's just one example, I guess, with that vehicle transport haulers versus to be able to go through each object and say, okay, what can be chunked out, and go from there. I mean, it's just that he's got a better VC than I have and a brand new video card. Wow, he was still having those issues? That's really strange. Really, really strange. Now, again, going back to what I've been able to, the results that I've been able to get just by taking the team haulers out, just as I did. I'm sure that's probably part of the reason why you applied that change on your friends there. Just to give it a whirl. But the fact that he's still having issues, that's strange to me. Now, I don't know what other graphics, the type of settings that you have in the graphics setting is going to make a difference too. So again, that's going to be end user system specific as far as what so if you've got the texturing set to extreme and all this type of stuff, as well as all the shadows and stuff populated, that's going to make a difference too. So I don't know if that's necessarily what you had done, but you can't just look at it from the level of just the detail of the objects. You also have to look at what other settings in the graphic settings do you have on. I've shown my settings in the game there, and that seems to be most optimal for me, without losing a lot of immersion factor, if you will. 4 gigahertz quad maxed out, 32 gigs of RAM, I'm assuming. So 4 gig quad, so a quad core. See, that really says nothing to me. All that tells me is he's got more than one core, which that's common for most systems that we have here. Quad core isn't really that. See, my CPU that I got has got 8. So when you say quad core, immediately think about just he's got 4 cores, which for Enter 2003 isn't terrible, but it's depending on how that system is designed. Like for me, this is probably something I haven't necessarily gone over. You can task which and how many cores are handling different operations. So like when I'm running Enter 2003, that game by itself, as far as running the game, I'm running all that, as far as the game running on 1 core, one of my 8 cores. So the other 7 cores are doing something else. So whether it's, I got other applications open like 3ds Max, things like that. So I've got each core tasked to do a specific operation or process. So if you don't have it set up that way, that could necessarily pose a problem, because what he might be experiencing on, on your friend's PC is it's dumping to each core, the fact that even he's got 4, it's dumping information and operations to each core. If you've got more things than just the game open, that's probably why it's crashing, because the system's not optimized, I guess, to... Now, it's really going to depend on... There's no one simple solution that says this is what you need to set your computer to, I guess, to run optimally, I guess, in that fashion. It's really on an individual basis. You have to play with those and tweak it to your own individual system's specifications to accommodate, I guess, a reasonable... I don't know. I'm not really sure how else to describe that, but it's really going to be on a individual end user's basis. Usually crashes when we're on the back and see crash over 30. Yeah, see that's going to be random too, right? So I've mentioned this last week as far as like it's not going to matter if it crashes in a particular area of the track and whatever. It's just really coming down to your individual systems, what it's processing, right? So at any given time, it's overloaded. It gets overloaded, and it's not based on that specific area of the track. I want to make that abundantly clear. It could be something that it had tried to process previously to crashing, and it's trying to narrow it down as far as how that is. And really what it comes down to is just what you're doing. Taking things out, in groups at a time, like the haulers and this and that, and finding out what the problem is. But really looking at it from the model level to see if there are some polys that can be removed and so on, but also looking at the systems, like what can I change on the system to better task out, I guess, the processes and operations on the CPU, GPU, and so on. So there is that too. So it's a collaboration between how the system is set up and how the in this case the track itself is optimized, right? So there's a balance in there. And if it's unbalanced, obviously you're going to have the issues that you're having. Now, like I said, I've gotten the track to the point where I can run it as long as the current team haulers that I have here in view here aren't loaded. If I keep those out, track runs beautiful. I've been able to show that. So, and for me, as far as the way my system's set up and the other optimizations that are already applied to the track, that's optimal for me, right? But it's really getting it down to, and I think the whole point, I guess, of doing this type of thing is getting it balanced so that it works from the lowest end system, keeping it, from the end user's standpoint, as far as keeping that fully optimized. And by being fully optimized, what I just explained, as far as like having all the settings, the tasks of how things are performed on the system, have that all set properly, as well as having the track built optimally. When you have that balance in there, it's like you're not going to have these issues. And that's, and the fact that everybody's going to be different. It doesn't matter, from you talk to one person to the next, them being as an end user of the simulation, they're going to have different settings. Okay, that you can't change, but the only thing you can do is put the information out as far as like, well, you should try this in order to ensure that, and it's really not that hard to do. I mean, it's relatively pretty simple. And even with the struggles that I have with trying to stream this stuff lately, I'm coming to find out that, I'm definitely running out of system resources, so it does necessarily include the option to have to maybe upgrade. And that's definitely something that I am seriously looking into. I need some different components. Now, I've never had a lot of these issues prior to changing the video card. Once my GTX 660 that thing was a champ, in my opinion. Until that crapped out, I, but it just seems, and it could be just, for lack of a better way to put it, it just seems uncoincidental that ever since I changed the card, and it was a used card, to GTX 970, I have more issues with it than I've ever had. So I don't know if it's just a conflict, possibly with it being a used card, and trying to stream this stuff or whatever. I'm not 100% sure, but it just seems, now when I initially put it in there, everything was running beautiful, but I think it's catching up. The system itself is catching up, I guess, with the unbeknownst flaws, I guess, it has in the motherboard structure and all that stuff. Possibly, these are the types of things I haven't necessarily pinpointed yet. So it's frustrating. It's very frustrating. So I'm still, even as I'm talking here, I'm monitoring all the process and stuff going on. It's just crazy. If you were to look at this, in fact, I'll go ahead and bring this up. It's kind of slowed down a little bit for old time's sake. Nice. Thanks for that, Chavez. I want this track to be used by any computer. Yes, and that's what you want to do. Yeah, that's probably a fair statement there, Torch, because to put something out there that doesn't work with the more common practices that the way people set their system up and so on, that's doing anybody who's anybody an injustice. It's like if you're building it, I guess, just to work on your system and you're putting it out there, that doesn't do any good for anybody else that has a lower end computer. Now, some of these people out here, I know I was in that boat there for a while too, so I don't claim to be unguilty, I guess, about this, but for the longest time I had a dinosaur of a computer, and it's just like there was a lot of these newer tracks that are coming out here, and I'm seeing what's being done with them, and it's just like, man, I want to be able to run on those without having problems. So I did. I ended up having to upgrade the system, I guess, to be able to accommodate and get up to par, I guess, with where I should have been in the first place. And there's plenty of end users of the sim that haven't gotten that point yet. Those types of people, it's just up to them whether or not they want to upgrade. Chavez coming in there with some biddies. Thank you for the biddies. I don't think I got the... let's just get some hype in the chat. Hell yeah, and some heck yeahs while we're at it too. Thank you for the biddies there, Chavez. By the way, Chavez, are we on the road today? Are you on the road, or are you on break, or what's the deal? I feel like I miss asking that question, I guess, every once in a while, because I know usually sometimes out on the road as you enjoy these things. So is this a nice change of pace, I guess, for having a stream on Thursdays? That's another thing. Let's see, for more amount of games, you really need to have a pretty... Yes, so that's the other thing too. I hear a lot of complaints about people that play the newer games. Like, I'll just use... as much as I hate to want to, I'll just use iRacing as an example. Some of these people that complain about how Enter 2003 functions and the way that they got the settings on their computer to run iRacing, but yet they complain that Enter 2003. So automatically, it seems like, anyway, this seems to be a commonplace, that people just want to complain that, well, that track is garbage because it makes my system crash, and I can run iRacing and all these other modern game simulations just fine. So it automatically becomes a problem with the track. It's like, that's not 100% true. Guaranteed. And that's just my little soapbox mention, I guess, as far as people that want to make a quick claim, I guess, that it's just the track or whatever that's garbage. I'm not saying that's not partially true, but it's also on the end user systems end too. Just because you can run a modern game on your system doesn't mean that you have a stout computer. Let's put it that way, because there's a lot of things that you can shut off in these, as far as shadowing and the way things are rendered in the game, even more so than you can in older games like Enter 2003. So that's an unfair comparison between the modern games and older games like Enter 2003 when it comes to that. So you're on the road. Thursday's first day on the road. Okay. So Thursdays starts your week. Okay, gotcha. So your week started on Thursday. Nice. Are we heading anywhere special? Let's see. Out a lot of starts with more than likely server side. Nah, let's see. So when you say server side, so I use iRacing as an example. That might have been. I'm just trying to compare somewhat apples to apples. because, racing simulation to racing simulation. It's not fair to compare simulations like that, that use that are more or less, say, for example, 32-bit as opposed to 64-bit, which like iRacing is, right? It's unfair to compare it that way. Just because your system doesn't want to run a 32-bit program like Enter 2003, but yet it will a 64-bit, that immediately should already tell you, it's like, okay, Enter 2003 is 32-bit, I can run 64-bit, fine, but also considering all those other options that can be turned on or off on a 64-bit simulation like iRacing, that's an unfair comparison with iRacing to that, because of all the other things that you can control in real time in the simulation itself in comparison to Enter 2003. So it really comes down to you almost need to set your system up so that it can accommodate an older game, for lack of a better way to put it. That's what I have to do. I mean, I have different profiles on my system to be able to run, say, Wreckfest that I do on Wednesdays in comparison to Enter 2003. So anytime I do that, I have to make sure my system is set up in such a fashion so it can handle those. Because I run on a 64-bit system as well. So, Plainview, Texas. Okay, so you're in Plainview. Nice. Cool. Yep. So, and even with, you see me on stream here quite a bit as far as like when I switch in between different games that I play, as far as my profile on my Logitech profile, as far as for the wheel. That's first and foremost, I guess, one of the things you do, I guess, is set your system up so that it can accommodate a particular game. There is no one size fits all, I guess, when it comes to wanting to play newer games alongside of older games, right? As much as we'd like that to be, that's not how it works. So that's the other thing that some people need to understand as well. All right, I feel like I've rambled on quite a bit. So you're heading to Plainview from Houston, okay? So are we bobtailing, or do you have a load near Chavez? It's pretty cool to think we got people like Chavez coming in here that find reason, I guess, to enjoy the streams here as we do. Glad I can bring this on a Thursday, I guess, as opposed to Saturday. Hopefully that's not going to be too much of a compromise, I guess, on Saturday. No deprivation, I guess, of stream on Saturday, if that's all right. So the other thing, I'm looking at my other, I'm really, just nervous is probably not the right word, but it's just like I keep watching the processes here as I'm streaming here, because I don't want to get into the thick of something and the stream just craps out. So you're loaded, and for 11 hours. Okay, so you're gonna be on the road for 11 hours. Oof, that's a trip and a half. Yikes. Yeah, so the fact that you're doing the very short comments there, that tells me that you're probably driving on the road there, so don't text and drive. Stay safe. I don't want to get to... I want to put you in a bad spot. I do definitely always appreciate it gets however any of the viewers can watch the channel. But yeah, I definitely rambled on enough. So I've got this loaded up. I've been beating around the bush here. This is based on a model, the Message Center for North Wilkesboro, and I have shown that track on stream before. This is what I've considered, I guess, a reasonable candidate to make a new team hauler, because as we've come to prove, and I've proved this on the stream as I've already said, the team haulers, from what I've tested, do tend to pose an issue. So I figured in multiplicity, the way this is designed, overall this model together right now it's separate, and by being separate, this one has 22 polys, which we're going to remove some. Obviously we don't need this for the hauler, and so there's 22 polys here, and there's 90 polys in the truck cab itself, right? So overall it's whatever that math is, 112. Yeah, 112 polys for the entire model. So if you keep it in its entirety. Now, we haven't been able to 100% verify how many polys that are in the haulers that are currently in the track. right? We're just assuming it's more than 112, right? So in multiplicity, that's causing an issue. So our next best bet is to create a new hauler, and don't worry about the texturing that's on this. That's just placeholder, right? This is just based on what was in the track. I just pulled a texture on there to have a texture put on it. The texturing for this this truck that I've got in here is the same, relatively the same orientation as our message hauler, the message center hauler from North Wilkesboro, which is perfect because that takes away a lot of the mapping. There is going to be some new mapping that we'll have to do because we're going to be removing some polys off of this. So as far as like some of these areas here, we'll have to get remapped, but that's no big deal. But what'll happen is this thing will be essentially two separate pieces, so we'll have the ability to be able to have a separate cab and hauler or one full piece. And I've got scripts designed. I think I got them open here. Yes. So I got this open here. Let's bring this over. I'll kind of show this. This is kind of my idea that I've thought of. So whether or not we want to apply, you know, the one piece truck and hauler, or if we want to separate them so where we can pivot that hauler in comparison, I guess, to the cab. This is what we've done with the, I should say James has done, I guess, with the Wilkesboro message center. So you've only got 4 left for the day, so 4 loads. So still relatively early for you then, huh, Chavez? What can you tell me there, Torch? I was talking about polys and all that stuff. So what I was going to show here, at least anyway, was how I've got this figured out here. So I got this Maxine save. This is one of the trucks from the Dover build, and this is just for placeholder. So the idea behind this is that we can use the same texture. Obviously, it'll have a different name. We'll be able to apply that to our model in multiplicity, as far as to create separate pass files that has their own switches, individualized switches, with their appropriate texture applied to it. So much the same fashion that we already have in the track as far as where all the team haulers are individualized. So if you go into here, as we, again, we'll bring this over. All these trucks are individualized. So we got a truck one along with its MIP and so on. We can keep it that way. The only difference is we want to be able to reduce this 3DO size. So it's already down to 20.2 kilobytes, which is pretty small when you think about it. But what that doesn't take into account is the number of polys. And again, like I was trying to say, we haven't been able to come to the conclusion. Maybe that's what you meant there, Torch, as far as how many polys that are in those haulers. You might have that raw file. Now, this is making sure that we don't include the model that, you know, the 3DS was exported out via 3D SimEd, right? We don't want that, because that's not going to be a fair assessment of the model in its entirety. So we would need the absolute raw model as far as like how it was built from the ground up. That's what we would need to have. So unless you have that information, I just assumed, I guess you didn't, because this was based on a model that you got from elsewhere. So I was just assuming that you didn't have that information readily available. Right. See, and if he did do it that way, this is what we want to eliminate. We don't want that. That's so we can probably, with all this being said, what we could probably end up doing is the fact that this one model, the 3DO, as far as that contains the model, is 20.2 kilobytes. We can probably put that in half, if not less than that. That's the idea. Now, if I go back to this, for example, and this is going to be in separation, right? So keep this in mind as far as when we look at this. We go to the Wilkesboro build, we have the message center, which has the 2 separate pieces. I just gotta find it. Yeah, so the message cab by itself, just the message cab, has a little over 9 kilobytes. Okay, if you include the hauler, which has a little bit more polys in it than we need for a team hauler, keep that in mind. That has 14. So if we add those two together, in totality, we've got 23 kilobytes in totality. So by combining these two together, my hopes is if we remove the polys that we don't need on the hauler as far as the message board, that's going to keep it well enough under the 20 and that's what I want to compare. As long as it's going to be under that 20.2 kilobytes that it currently is, then we should be in good shape. So this is what we're going to compare as we do this. I've made a hauler down to 41 polys, not including the exhaust pipes. That's pretty fantastic. Now this one, like I said, the one that I've currently got loaded up here has 90, right? You know, so you can see all the detail that's in this one here. We could probably, and this is probably something we could definitely go over and play around with. We could probably take some of this detail out and make it a little bit more simplistic if we wanted to. Like, for example, the fact that these are separate, it's got polys in here that we don't need as far as like up on here. I mean, it's, when you really think about it, it's really minimalistic. Yeah, if that's a word. But when you look at it in totality, that could necessarily give us some reduction there. So if you've got one that's got only 40 polys, that's less than half than what this one is already. That's probably pretty good. So again, I'll probably start off at least anyway with what I've got loaded up in here and see what we get. Again, this is probably what I'm going to look at. If I can get the overall model to be less than that 20.2 kilobytes that the current haulers are, then I already know we're going in the right direction. But even with the one that you've got there, Torch, as far as just the... Now, is that the hauler in totality? The truck and the trailer? Or is that just one piece of the other when you say 41 polys? Because for this one here, as I said, if I put this in totality, I got about 112 polys. What I don't know at this point as far as how much that'll be once I combine it and spit it out as a new 3DO. That's what we're going to find out here in this stream. So that's the truck and trailer, 41 polys. That's actually pretty decent. Actually pretty darn decent. So you've got that one. So this is what's kind of nice with being able to try different things to see what works the best. This is really what it's all about when it comes to that. How much can you throw at it to where it's going to be balanced, and you know, not force the track, I guess, to crash, I guess, on particular systems. It's basically what it comes down to. Alright, so what I would like to do initially, what I want to do is take these polys off this top, right? We don't need that. I might have to recreate this this top here of the hauler and fix that mapping and all that good stuff. But just to show, let's bring... Whoops, I didn't want it on the truck. I forgot these are still so separate. Let's take that off there. Collapse that back down. Hold that down. So let's go into this. So that's kind of cool that you had mentioned, I guess, and I wasn't ignoring that either, I guess, as far as that you were in the process, I guess, of creating one. I'm just looking at options, I guess, as far as what you could do. So the fact that if you've got a complete hauler, truck and trailer, I guess, the 41 polys, that's actually pretty good. Right, and that's the thing. So there's like having more options. So like if we can maintain a majority of the detail in the model without making it too dummied down, that's always a good option. So even if you've got a lesser detailed model in comparison to what you might have, for example, really nothing wrong with that. Alright, so what I want to do in here, let's apply an unwrap to this. This is what I want to do. So I got these both separate, two separate pieces. Let's open up the unwrap window. So let's do this. Apply our texture. Now, like I said, the fact that the orientation of this texture in comparison to the message center is the same. Where the items are mapped is a little bit different. As far as like some of these areas, like around the cab itself here, the truck is mapped a little bit different. So, but some of these polys we're gonna have to remove. So this kind of gives you an idea of where everything's mapped based on in comparison. Okay, I already got this figured out, so I don't want to confuse myself. So yeah, there's some areas here that are mapped differently. So the way the texture is designed for the message center is different. I guess that's what I meant to say. Pretty much the same as this one. Yes. Right, so I would assume you probably made a template based on this original design for each of the haulers that are currently in the track. That's probably the best way to go. And something else I guess that I consider, as far as when we make this new model and we combine it, collapse it down into one piece, when we spit these new models out, we'll be able to directly replace the models that are already in there. So there won't be any reason to have to reapply each individual model, right? So we already have that model applied into the track, right, as far as the individual haulers. So if they do this the right way, we'll be able to create new 3DOs for each of these individualized haulers and be able to dump these into the track, and those will already be in the right location. So there won't be any reason to have to reapply those. So that's something else. And this is considering whether or not we get it optimized, or we get it less than what's already applied to the track currently. So this is, if I had to put this in a summary, we'll build the model, ensure the fact that it is less file size, I guess, than what we currently have in the track. That's going to be the first step. Once we get it to that point, we'll be able to run each model in multiplicity, I guess, to its own specific zone. So we'll be able to, that's what I was going to get into, the kind of got sidetracked there. So this script that I've got here, I've got it designed to where we can change based on the model that we have in Max, 3ds Max. We'll be able to spit that out with its own custom texture and spit that out and change the name of the 3DO so that it matches as far as the model that we're applying it to. So we'll be able to, in a sense, one-to-one replace each individual hauler that's already in the track, and that's all we'll have to do. We'll just have to do one at a time. So however many haulers we got in there, that's how many we'll have to replace. So what'll end up happening is we'll have, say for example, 43 different PSGs for each individualized truck. So 512 by 12. No, this one's a 1024 by 512, I want to say. Yeah, let me keep that open. So this one happens to be, where'd that texture go? Let's go back in our folder. What is this one I got open? Oh, I don't need that one anymore. Let's close that. Don't need that, so let's go. Yeah, I wanted to show that too. This one happens to be, yeah, it's 1024 by 512 as far as the that's what you have. Yeah, most of the hauler textures are in this orientation. Some of them are just smaller, like they might be smaller than this one. This is pretty common, I guess, with haulers for this day and age, I guess, as far as use in there. Anything bigger than that is kind of not. Now, I know the texture that we use that James had used for the message center on Wilkesboro is one step up from the 1024. So he's got a 2048 by 1024. So that one's a little bit bigger, but it's only got the one hauler, right? So we have to consider in multiplicity at all times, as far as in multiplicity, how many of those different models you're going to have instances of that model with their accompanying texture applied to the track. So you want to keep that in mind as far as so you could probably really get away with even going even smaller with this texture. That might help too. We're going to keep it right as it is and just work with the model itself at this point, just for starters, and just kind of go from there. So between what you have as far as the even smaller size, like as far as the number of polys in your model, and what I have, at some point here we're going to get this to work out so it works across any type of system, regardless of how stout or what have you it is. This is what we were trying to accomplish. This is really what it comes down to. It doesn't matter what type of modeling that you're doing. As much as, as modelers ourselves, we want to throw everything that's, we want all the detail in the model as we want, right? But that's not always possible. Again, it really comes down to, in multiplicity, how many times or how many instances of any one given model is being applied to the game. Doesn't matter if it's a new modern game or if it's an older game. You have to keep these types of things in check and in question as far as whether or not is that going to be reasonable. So the fact that we don't see a lot of the detail with these trucks. They're not even interactable, right? But yet we know they're there. So it's like, how much detail do we necessarily want to apply and balance that out to everything else that we will necessarily see around the track as we interact with it. You know, as far as like war wagons on the pit road, definitely we want to have more detail in that than we want in haulers. Okay, so that's just one example, at least I think of anyway. No, I've got it turned off currently. Like I said, I've had to turn that off because of just all the problems I'm having with the stream. Just to kind of limit, I guess, system resources is all. If you want to send something there, Torch, I'll probably get it after. So, yeah, you can go ahead and send it there, but I do currently have it shut off just to kind of reduce the problems I've been having, I guess, with the stream wanting to crap out and with having stuff like that open. Discord, like I said, for some reason just has a ton of memory that it uses as far as when it's active on the desktop app, and let alone even having it on the web client. That's still using a tab, right? So that's using resources as well. So in either case, it's using resources that I don't have, as far as I risk the stream crapping out. So yeah, but definitely if you want to send it, and I can always catch that post stream. Take a look at my model and see. I can probably check that out post fact. Yeah, I can definitely do that. I'd definitely be curious to see what you got going on there, because the fact that I'm just going by what James did with this one, the 90 polys that are in this one, you know, it has a lot of detail in it. As you can see, it's got, you know, we've gone over this before there, Torch, I guess, as ffar as how much detail is in it. It's like it's pretty well done, you know, but that's just for one truck and trailer, I guess, on the Wilkesboro track. So if we were to put this in multiplicity, more than likely it might be too much. So that's what we're going to find out. That's definitely what we're going to find out. Yeah, I'm just super leery, I guess, about the... I'm just... My eyes are just peered, I guess, on making sure, I guess, everything's still running. This just kind of freaks me out. Alright, so... Yeah, basically what I was showing here on this hauler is where everything is mapped, and it's... I wanted to show, I guess, the similarities on how it is, I guess, for the message center. You can see it clearly. The only place that will probably needs some adjustment is probably on the roof of this trailer, because once I remove the polys for this message board, that's obviously going to either put a big hole in there, or I'm going to have to fill that in, so I'll have to redo that, which is not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. That's all I wanted to show. So if I bring this up here, we can see that the polys for... I'll do it this way. So if I select this poly, it looks like it's just one poly across the top. So there's no cut in it, from what I can tell. Nope, that's just one poly. Right, and then these message boards, see where these are mapped. Those are mapped over in this corner, right? So what James did not do, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but he didn't cut a hole in this, which is probably a good thing. So once I remove these polys, we're going to have this full on, you know, this is going to show, so it shouldn't be too bad. So when you consider all that's still visible, even behind the back of this message board, it's probably a good thing you didn't cut into that. As far as to remove, it's pretty good. I'm giving James a little bit of crap. You know, he's not here to defend himself probably, but yeah, he thought that through, I guess, as far as when he applied this message board, I guess, to this hauler. Pretty cool. So I should be able to remove these polys here from the message board pretty simply, and that's not going to be any harm or foul. So let's go ahead and collapse this down. We saw where that was mapped, I guess, on the texture, which will get removed, I guess, once we take the polys out. Leroy Jenkins, and Leroy's doing that too. Yeah, I've gotten some insight, I guess, from my buddy John Von. There, we're looking. Yeah, we were discussing that post stream after breakfast on Wednesday, yesterday. As far as finding ourselves a really fantastic rendition, I guess, of the Leroy Jenkins sound clip. Yeah, and you're not wrong there either, Torch. If I would have cut it, would have created more poly. So the fact it's only got the one poly going across the top, you're not wrong. Because that's probably something else James probably took into consideration if you were to do that. Anytime you cut a poly, it's going to add more polys. which creates n-gons, which you don't want. Definitely. Alright, so let's go ahead and collapse this down now that we know we've seen that. Just wanted to show what was going on with it. Okay, we got to this point. This is an endable poly. We'll go ahead and that's all. See, I got two separate polys here. Interesting. Okay, anyway. I don't know if he borrowed this from somewhere else or he created this. I'm not sure how he did that, but we're going to take all these polys out. Oh, that's a back face too. Okay. That's probably part of the reason. So we're going to remove all these polys, which will remove all that back wire, I guess, from the texture itself as we do this. Yep. So now this is all going to show. Yep. So we got some back facing on there. It's to be expected. There. So now that part's gone. So now we don't have that on the texture at all in that corner. That one corner, as I was showing. Cool. So this is what we have for our potential team hauler deal here. Now I'll probably go ahead and save this as it is. I wanted to keep that just to kind of show what the process is as far as getting it down to what we need and what's going to be feasible. Okay, so I'll save this scene. Put that out. And also what I'm going to need to do, and I've shown this before, I've gotten into the habit, I highly recommend this. Anytime you do edits like that to a model, and especially with these being separate like this, anytime you edit the model, doesn't matter if you're adding or subtracting polys, I always want to make sure, I'll probably save it again after I do this, I want to affect the pivot and center it. Oh, he centered it there, that's right, I forgot about that. I'm going to leave that alone. I want the pivot to stay there. That's the way James had designed this one here to be able to manipulate at where it would hook up to the fifth wheel. Forgot he did that, so I'm going to leave that alone, but I am going to reset the X form. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go to my hammer. Yeah, I'm going to leave the pivot there, so I don't want it centered. I want to keep it right there. Let's reset X form. That's what I was looking at. Come on now. Think, brain, think. So reset X form, and then I want to reset selected. Now, I won't show anything in here until I go into this modifier tab. So that shows me this is exactly what I want to see. A nice tight orange bounding box around our model. So if it was out of wonk or out of shape or anything like that, as far as to include what polys were still there, that's what we want to fix. So the fact that it's showing this way, that's good. So now I can collapse this down. And that's all good to go. So I know the X form is good upon editing that. As far as the X form, what it does, so like, let me see if I can, just kind of show, I'm going to go ahead and save this first and I'll kind of show you. I've used this method and I've gotten into the habit of using it religiously. Anytime that I edit the model, always to ensure it gets to redo the X form. Because what can happen if you don't, it'll throw, so like when you bring it into the track, say for example, will not put it exactly where you expect it to be based on the translate. So it will throw that off. So the fact that even with that pivot being there, if I try to bring that piece by itself into the track, if I didn't check it to make sure that it was just like I showed, it might put it in a different location, right? So if you're trying to precisely place something, that might give you a reason, I guess, to, have to reset that X form. That's for just putting it in simple terms, I suppose. So what I was going to do here, I saved the scene. Let's say, for example, I wanted to make this this hauler. I wanted to, I don't know, just resize it somehow. Let's do. How do I want to do this? So it doesn't matter if it's by vertex or anything like that. Let's just say, for example, I'm going to take these polys here, or these verts here, and let's do this. I'm going to bring this up like so. I'm just doing it as an example. This is not how it's going to remain, but just say, for example, I adjusted these verts, and let's say these two opposing verts. Let's do it this way. So if I go like this, bring this out this way, and this is pretty abstract, but I'm just saying, say you were going to edit the model this fashion. Okay. This is pretty extreme, actually, for what we're trying to do here. So if we do this, now at this point here, I want to reset the X form because I've edited the model quite a bit. So I'm going to go reset selected. Now, as long as it has that orange bounding box around this entire thing here, then we're good to go. If not, then we want to definitely make sure that's applied. This should probably be fine though. Yeah, see how it's like this? This is probably a perfect example. See how it's got this like that? This is not the way it should be. It should be nice and tight around. So this X-form needs to be reset. So even though we've got the shape in its entirety here like that, this should be down. So it should follow the contour as best it can as far as they average it out. So if we apply this X-form, what it should do for us is it should remain nice and tight up against the model, right? So this is out of wonk, as we would say. You forgot how to hide the bounding box. Which bounding box? So this one here, you're going to get this one once you apply the modifier for the reset X-form. So if I go ahead and collapse this down, let's see how this works. So now if I go ahead and apply it again, it should, in theory, if this worked properly, it'll apply that X-form around this, as far as to follow the contours of this model. This is a relatively simple model, as far as the shape. So it should put that X-form around them. We're going to see how this goes. So if I apply it again, that's what we should get, which we don't. So that's its best way. So we already applied it once, so now we're applying it again. So this is its best way of being able to tell. Sometimes you have to apply it twice. Now, the other extreme to this, as far as the X-form, if we saw these corners of this orange bounding box to be out of wonk, let's say this one was over here, and this one was over in a different location than where it is currently, that's definitely out of wonk. So this confirms to me the way the X-form was applied to this, and this is its best representation of being, a tight, for lack of a better way to put it, it's a proper X-form, based on the shape of this piece here. So if you don't see this one right here after applying it the second time, then it's wrong. And really the extreme of it, that's what I was kind of hoping it would have done, is like this corner would be pushed in or out or things like that if it's just out of wonk. And I think if I can move this too. So nope, I won't do that. Let's undo this. I'm going to reopen the scene, so I'm not worried about it too much. But if I went into here, and let's say, I don't know if I can adjust this. No. Okay, hold on. Center. Yeah, it's not going to let me do it. So yeah, so I can't force it anyway. But anyway, if these corners were just not where they are currently after applying this the second time, if it was like out of shape, like bent, just misaligned or whatever, that would prove to me that X-form is out of shape and it would need to be applied. This, by applying it the second time, definitely confirms or whatever that it has a proper X-form. And that's all that's doing, is just making sure, based on the shape of it, that it's within its own bounding box. It's not, the X-form is not outside of where it should be. Let's put it that way. Inside or outside from where it should be. Hopefully that makes sense. But it's definitely a good thing, good practice, I guess, to get into. It doesn't hurt the model at all, as far as to ensure that it has, a reset X-form. Anytime that you modify the model in any shape or form. Doesn't matter if you're boolean cutting, if you're moving vertices, removing polys, what have you. I mean, it's just better, I guess, to reapply that X-form. Okay, so we want to, I'm going to collapse this down. I'm going to go ahead and reset the scene altogether because I don't want to. In fact, I'll do this. Let's delete that out. Delete this out. And I'm going to reopen the scene. No, I'm not saving that. I'm going to reopen it here. I already got it saved. So there we go. We're back to square one. This is another part of the reason why I wanted to get to square one, I guess, on the model. So having a scene, I guess, that has... Okay. So where we're at now is to... the way I've got the script, that's probably something else I want to go through. The way I've got the script design, I'm taking the two separate pieces that we have in our scene, and we're combining it via a grouping function here. So we're taking the cab as well as the trailer and combining it together to make one piece. That's one way to go about it. You don't have to do it this way. It doesn't really make any difference if you do it that way or if I was just to go ahead and collapse this down. It's only using the one texture, so we can easily collapse this down, make it one piece, which I might actually do. Now I think of it, I'll try it this way. I guess with the way I got the script currently done, I kind of did this really quick, just going by what I had in the scene to build this the script here for it. So I was keeping both these pieces that we have in our scene separate, grouping it together, and then spitting out one object. Oh, Chavez got the 3 Kappas. There you go. Yeah, that deserves some heck yeah as well too. I'll put that in there. That definitely deserves some heck yeah, I guess, out there. GG's on the 3 Kappas there. So apparently the slots machine isn't too burned out anyway. That's good. Cool. Alright, so what we can do at this point is I need to spit out 2 3DSs. We need 2 3DSs from this scene so that we can put it into our Max 5 and get our pass file and accommodate those pass files what we got here in our script. So in this case I need a team cab and a team TLR, which is short for trailer. About damn time. I mean, for this stream anyway, it's about damn time. But it's not like you've been deprived, I guess, as far as getting some jackpots. I'm kind of curious to see if you'll get any more, though. Or if the bottle will just say, I don't think so. You done broke me. We'll see how that pans out throughout the duration of the stream here. Okay, so bottom line is we need to spit out 2 3DS files so we can put it in our Max 5 and get the appropriate pass files that we have lined up here in our script. So let's do that. First off, wait a minute. I need to spit out, and I don't have anything else in the scene. I want to confirm that. Nothing else in the scene. This is the only 2 objects that I have in there, so that's good. Alright. So what I'll do for starters, I'll do the cab first and then the trailer. So let's take this out, and I can always bring that back. So we're going to leave that just the way it is. And we're going to spit this out. I'm going to leave the orientation just like it is. Okay. That should be fine, I believe. I may need to center that. We'll have to see how this works. If it doesn't give us the proper orientation, I guess as far as the overall pivot, we might have to change that. Okay. So this may prove not to work. So we'll see how this goes anyway once we combine it. So if we go export, and we're going to go to our working folder that we have here on our desktop, which is this Truck X. Oh, you're trying. Man, you're getting all the colors of the rainbow on the on the slot. That's funny. All right, so let's do 3DS. And this one we're going to call it, what did I name the pass file? So team_cab. Just to kind of keep the names of them, I guess, somewhat unified and understandable. So we'll do that as a 3DS in our working folder. Cool. And then we'll confirm that it's saved. So there's our 3DS. Cool. Now we want to get the trailer. Now I'm going to bring this back. Go back 1 step, 2 steps. Bring back that trailer. Now I'll get rid of the cab, the truck. And now we got just the trailer. Okay, we're going to spit that out as a 3DS. Oh, there you go. That didn't take too long. So that's, you got 2 different jackpots there, different emotes. You got 500 on the Kappa, 300 on the sad face. Maximum is the 3 robots. That's 1,000 units of fluid. I believe for the red guy, the 3 red guys, I believe is 500 as well. I believe it was either 300 or 500 for that one as well. Okay, so we want to export this one out as team _TLR, which is short for trailer. Abbreviations do help sometime. Yep. Okay, and then we're going to confirm that that's saved. So yeah, we got our 2 3DSs here. Perfect. So we're going to go in that front so far. Now we can close this version of Max right out, and we're going to go into Max 5. Oh, wait a minute, do I got two? How the heck did I get two of these open? Say what? Oh, I just reset, that's why. That's what it was. I thought I had two instances open there, I'm telling you. Like, Torch's back, it's like, Chavez has already been able to get two jackpots already since, still got 6,817. I know, Chavez you had participated in that, Steam Code giveaway, I guess, for the breakfast there, so I think you used the majority of your fluids up there, but you're slowly building your way back up again, that's for sure. So let's open up Max 5. Let's get this loaded here. Just take a moment. I'm gonna close this out. Yeah, I'm finding I'm using more and more resources. I'm gonna close some things out here. I really super duper need to get some more RAM. Badly. It's becoming more and more evident. The more things that I tend to work on, it's becoming quite evident as far as system resources getting used up. Alright, so yes. I get that Max 5 will bark at me because of the plugins that I have, the pass plugin for 3ds Max 5. That's what it's basically barking at me for. So that's all that is. Nothing to be concerned about. Yeah, I'll be back in no time. I'm working on it for you. Oh, as far as the, yeah, I mean, I know I can get my hands on something like that. It's just a matter of having the funds to be able to do it. That stuff is expensive. It's the fact that it's the DDR3 RAM. I know. I think even up to this point, as far as just how out of date my whole system is, as far as I think currently, I think you can get DDR5. I know on some graphics cards they got DDR5, but I don't know if it's on the RAM. System RAM, at least anyway. At least DDR4 is for sure. But the fact that DDR4 is definitely different than DDR3. So, okay, so we got Max 5 open here. We want to import those two, well, one at a time, at least anyway. The 3DS is to create the pass file, pass export. So we want to go to our working folder here. We're going to open the cab first, and this one I want to completely and do not convert. So that loads up there like so. Now we want to apply our texture. Let's ensure. Yep, you got the name of the name of our model. This is what that's fine. So now let's apply our texture. Definitely have to make sure, and I made this abundantly clear. Prior to pass export, you want to make sure your texture is applied to the model. If you don't, you're going to have a default texture applied to the model, which you don't want that. So, very important that you apply your texture prior to pass export. Yep, truck X. That's our texture. Now, I'm doing just the truck 1, I guess, as a placeholder for now. So the fact as far as what's contained is on that texture, that's probably going to change. And that we'll be able to do that, I guess, after, especially with these in multiplicity. So I'm going to apply this. So yeah, don't be concerned, I guess, with what is contained within the texture itself. That's only a placeholder. Okay, so our texture is applied for this particular hauler. Now from here, with that at least applied there, everything else is good to go. We're going to export pass file. And I want to name this what I have in my script, at least anyway. So again, we need to navigate to our folder. We're going to choose pass file, and this is based on the plugin for Max 5. And I want to name this team_cab. That's what I got it named as. And I chose that when I felt that seemed appropriate. Just seemed appropriate. There's no specifics in what you name that stuff. Just keep it somewhat reasonable, I suppose. I don't know why I did that. Okay. So let's confirm that pass file saved. There it is. That one's good to go. Now, I've shown this before too to kind of save yourself some time as far as working out of a navigating to a working folder like I have on my desktop here. Instead of resetting the entire scene and we've got some quick clips, I guess, on the YouTube channel, I guess, that show this too. Instead of resetting the whole thing, I'm going to delete the model. I still got the texture that I'm going to be using on the next piece here, right? So this is all still loaded. So if I import this in here without resetting it, I'm still where I need to be. So I don't have to... This is a time saver a little bit, I guess, as far as resetting the whole scene is in comparison to just deleting out the model and just bringing in also, especially with the situation we got here. So same with this one. I'm going to completely... No, at this point here, this is the only change. I want to merge, right? I want to completely... I don't want to completely replace the scene. I want to use the same scene that I have with the texture and all that stuff like that, so I want to merge it this time. So what that does... You know, I had this problem earlier too, and I don't know why it does this. Kind of confuses me. Let me see here. So I got it highlighted here. I had a problem with this before as far as wanting to zoom in properly on this hauler, and I'm not sure. It's still doing that again. I don't know why. And it's doing it in Max 5. It was doing it in 14 for me earlier. Now the model's in here, but the fact that it doesn't zoom properly, I'm not sure why that is. I cannot explain this. Well, I'm going to spit this out anyway. I'm going to apply the texture. I don't know why it's zooming improperly like that. It might have something to do with the pivot. As far as where that is, I'm not sure. I can't explain that. It may come down to the fact that I may need to reset the pivot to center so that it loads in here properly. So I can't really confirm that it's where I need to have the model. I can see the pivot right there, but as far as not being able to see the model, and if I do a zoom extents, it doesn't seem to matter. That's just weird. We're gonna have to see what happens here. So once I spit this out as a pass file, we'll see how it constructs. But yeah, I was having this problem in 14, like I said, as far as the trailer in particular doesn't seem to want to load in the viewport. It's there, just can't see it. I don't know why that is. So I'm gonna go ahead and export this out and name this team underscore TLR. That's what I have in my pass file, or in my script, I should say. Save that. We're going to confirm that that's saved, which is right here. Cool. So now I got the two pass files that I need based on how I got my script design, and we're going to see how this constructs this. I'm going to do on delete of this. We're going to keep that open. Now I need to take all these files, my working folder here. Yeah, I wish I could explain. The only thing I can think of as far as just not setting the pivot to center, although the center pivot, I guess, on the cab wasn't where, you know, it's not truly centered either. It was on that fifth wheel, so not really sure. I wish I could have explained that. But we're going to assume, based on once we compile this together, and we're going to see how it spits it out, the 3DO, running the pass through the Make 3DO, and we'll see what it produces here. So don't not to freak out, I guess, as far as if you don't see your model in the scene. It's probably there. It's probably fine. It's just not being able to see it there. It is a little bit weird. All right, so let's copy this as well as our script. So the script, our texture, and the two pass files, and we want to put this in our Make 3DO. Yeah, we'll get to that. I'll get back to this one here once we figure this out a little bit. Let's go to open a new window, and I want to navigate this to. I keep the Make 3DO in my program files, and I've definitely shown this many times before. That's because Make 3DO is an application. It is a program, even though it's run by command prompt. I like to still have it in my program files. You might necessarily put it in a different location, so don't mind where I have it. Just makes more sense to me to have them there. So I'm going to paste all these files into a Make 3DO directory. Now what we need to do is bring up a command prompt, which I'll type in cmd. Okay, now we need to navigate to this folder that we're in here. So we want to do change directory. and change directory. And I've shown this before too. We've got clips on this too as far as how to do this. You can take everything from the right of the drive. We don't need the drive, just that right there. And we're going to paste that directly into the command prompt and do an enter. Oh, I missed the parameters. Oh, we got too many. I see what I did. So let's do cd paste. Yeah, I already had backslash in there, so that's why I didn't like that parameter. There we go. So now we're in the directory that we need it to be. Now we can just call up the utility itself as far as make 3DO. And in this case, we're making we're using a script. So we want a -s for the script. And then we want to call up which script we space and then which script. In this case, it's truck_x. And then .psg. Now we don't have any other parameters applied to it as far as environment map or anything like that. So we just push, at the end of that, we just push enter. Now it's going to spit that out like so, based on that texture and that script. So if we open this up in 3D SimEd, let's see what this looks like. So there's our model. Now again, we don't want to, I've said this before and I will keep saying it, don't 100% go by what you see in 3D SimEd. This at least shows you that it compiled it and it's able to open it. Okay. Now, what we should be able to do, in theory, now let's take a look at how big this 3DO is. That was the one piece that we wanted to compare. So this model looks good. It's loaded, so that's good. That's a step in the right direction. So it did compile the two pieces into one. So that's definitely a good sign. Now, what did we end up here? The size of our... So we were definitely less than the 20.2 that we started off with in the original haulers. So that's a step in the right direction. So the fact that this is only 12 kilobytes in totality, and our original haulers that were in our track were 20.2, so we're not quite half as much as we were. So that's definitely a good sign. So our original haulers, just using, where's our truck one? Ends up being 20.2 kilobytes. We're 12 kilobytes on this newly compiled model. That's definitely an improvement. So it's not quite half. It's a little bit more than half as much in size. So, and this is considering the fact that it's 112 polys in totality. Now, Torch, if you were to apply, just to kind of compare this, if you were to apply your hauler that you've got that has 41 polys, I think you said, it'd probably be even less than that. So, depending on what could necessarily happen at this point, if you were to design and configure and orient your version, I guess, with what I've got, you could be able to swap those haulers out and have a lower poly as opposed to a higher poly. So have a high and low res version, I guess, of those. So if people are having issues with frame rates, you can swap those out very easily, especially if that orientation isn't proper. So yeah, this is definitely a huge improvement over the haulers that are currently in the track. And this is just one level. Okay, we don't want to get too excited over the fact that this is just one particular model that we're considering in multiplicity that's in the track. There's many others that probably need to get looked at. We don't want to lose sight of that. So just the fact that we fixed and optimized the haulers, that doesn't mean we're done. Okay? Want to make that clear. So the way I've got this design, what should be able to happen, that's the other thing I wanted to look at here. If I swap, yeah, let's do this. Let's go into our track. I'm going to, let me close the track here. I'm going to need to reload it anyway. So let's close the track out. I'm going to go back to geometry, and we're going to load this new one. Now we want to take note, where's that truck one hauler at? Let's see where that's at. I should have probably used something that was a little bit closer. Let's go to our object view. Let's go to our properties and find out where that truck one is located. And we want to, so truck should be right there. So we're right here in the middle. We're right next to the, so it should end up in the same spot. Our new model, if we've done this right, the orientation is correct, it should put that back in the same spot. Right next to our Jasper hauler right here. So you can see the M on it. So it should put that hauler, if we've done this right, it'll put it right in that position if we swap this out. So that's what we'll find out. If not, then it just means we'll have to redo and rethink as far as how we're producing that model, as far as to get the orientation correct. And that's not really a big deal either. So let's go ahead, now that we know where it's at, geometry, I'm gonna new, and now we're gonna swap that file in our track folder. I'm gonna pull this 3DO out. I don't need to take texture out, just the model. Copy this out and put this on the desktop so we have a backup. Okay. Let's pull this out here and we'll put it right here for safekeeping. That's our original model. Now we're going to take this new model here and cut this out and paste it into our track. And we want to overwrite at this point. That's all I did was copy it out. So yes, so we can get that confirmation for 11.7 kilobytes for the new one, and the original one was 20.2, which is larger. Definite difference there. Okay, so refresh. Now if we load the track up, it should put that in the same spot. That's our hope. And if it don't, that just means we have to reconsider our orientation of our new model is all. So let's open this up. So it'll still put it in the track, no doubt. It's just a matter of where it puts it. It's going to be the question. All right, so where did it put that? It's a little bit off, but it's not. Yep, we're roughly in the same position here, so we can see it right here. So it's a little bit off on in this axis here, but it's roughly in that same position. So that's not bad, actually. That might cause issue. Now the fact that it's already loaded in the track, if you wanted to make that, you know, that fine-tuned adjustment, I guess, to the track, that wouldn't be too bad. So if we were to put recreate all these trucks like that, we might have a little bit of adjustment there, and that might not be too bad. It's not super wonked out of shape. It's not like way out in left field or something like that. Man, you all are getting pretty close on those slots. Missing it by one. That's crazy. Chavez almost got the 3 bots. That's the maximum amount of. So anyway, yeah, we're in pretty good shape, I guess, as far as with this new model. So what would happen, what we would need to do from this point, as I kind of alluded to, what we would have to do at this point is adjust our script here to accommodate the next 3DO. So we could edit this our script at this point and just put truck 2, truck 3, whatever truck numbers that you have in there, and modify that. And all you're going to be end up doing is just replacing the texture that goes onto them. Now, the fact that I've got these 2 individualized pieces might, now that I think of this, it might add more steps to this process than you need to. So it might behoove us to necessarily collapse that model, right, instead of having the 2 separate pieces, because that's not really necessary. Because really what you'd end up having to do, I've got the hauler, or at least I had the hauler still in here. I'd have to import the truck and the hauler and then reapply that texture to each piece. So that's adding more steps than you really need to. So probably what I'll end up doing is redesign the script so that it's only got the 1 pass file collapsed down, right? That probably makes more sense. But that at least gives you one option. So like if you only had this one particular hauler that you want to replace, the script would work just fine. But I think I will design another script that has just 1 pass file and has a collapsed model as far as the truck and the trailer. We'll go from there. Oh, we finally did get it. You had to play it a few times. You might have spent about a... That definitely deserves some heck yeah in there too as well. Oh man, I spelled it wrong. Dang it. I guess it helps when I spell it right, huh? There we go. I got the 2 different variations, I guess, of that in there too. Also need to get some hype in there too. Yeah. Geez, so that's 3 jackpots that you've gotten there, Chavez. You've gotten the sad face, the Kappa, and now the robot. The only one you haven't gotten is the little red guy. The little red dude. Which, if I remember it, I think I got that set to 500 as well. Can't 100% remember. GG's and all the slots wins, though. Alright, so, yeah, I think what I will do is I'm going to redesign another script, and we're going to relabel this a little bit differently. So I can use, let me close this out, actually. I'm going to redesign a new. I'm going to copy this one here and make a new one. Let's do this. So if we do copy. So these other two scripts that I got in here were to make a separate model for the truck and the trailer separately, so you could pivot it each independently. That I can get into too, but it kind of just to give you a rundown. Again, this one here has its own individualized pass file, one for the cab, which is this one is, and this one's the trailer, and then that'll create two separate 3DOs to where you can orient those and pivot it. And what's the word I'm looking for as far as to be able to stage it in a different orientation if you want. You're good for today. I mean, you've gotten just about every jackpot except that little red dude. I thought that was pretty. That's never happened before in one stream, I don't think. I think that's the first. Okay, so I think... Let me see how I want to do this. I can probably take either one of these here and just change it a little bit. I want to keep this one, but I'll probably do is Truck X. How do I want to do this? I want to keep this one here. I guess is what I want to do. So I think that's a pretty good. What do I want to name this new one? Let's see. Let's do a copy. Let's do this one. Copy. And paste. And I want to name this something that is not the same as the other ones. So let's do X. God, I want to say X2. Let's try X2. That's fine. That way it kind of keeps it separate from this one here that I want to keep and these two individualized ones. Oh, Chavez, you going for it? Kind of curious to see if you get it. Alright, so now I need to modify this script a little bit. So this one, I'm going to rename this one here. I'm just going to go Team Hauler. For Team Hauler. Go. And then the date. We're going to do min. Let's do this as min. What's abbreviated? HLR. For hauler. And then this one here, we'll call this one hauler. Abbreviate this one HLR. And these aren't specific. I mean, you can name those whatever you want. And our pass file will do this as team_HLR. Okay. Keeping these relatively understood anyway. Okay, so this one we want to do min HLR. And then this will be HLR. Now, what this population switch is doing, if I haven't made it clear already, what this allows to be able to turn that object on or off by depressing the O key within the simulation itself. That's what the population switch does apply. And then the weekend switch is when do you want these haulers to show. So in this case here, 0 is for testing, 1 is warm up, practice, and qual, 2 is race. So we have the haulers are showing in all sessions but testing in this case. And that can be set up however you wish, but this is the way I've decided to go. So min capital HLR. And I'm calling this up here, so this is the empty mesh that shows nothing. So when you're in testing mode, there's nothing. So this is working in combination with, depending on if you've got the O key depressed, if it's showing at all. Even with the visual object not showing it's still going to go and execute these population switches even though it's not visible. So if that makes sense. So in this case here, we're having the population switch, whatever state it is in here in this step is what's going to show in these. Now if we didn't want it to show in testing, warm up, and all that stuff, we can definitely set this to the min, the empty mesh, or whatever. It's kind of your own what you want to do. So for this hauler, again, I want to name this one as truck 1, and again we'd have to edit this per each one. So let's do truck _1. That's what we're working with here. Alright, so that, again, that would be a direct replacement for what we've already done previously, and that what I've just shown. Just making sure I got that one. So that'll spit out a new 3DO based on that. And this is going to be a collapsed model. Like I said, if I haven't said that enough. So we're going to save this script. Okay. And I've got those individualized in here that they're separate so I can tell which one is which. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll copy this into our Make 3DO right away. That's eventually what we're going to end up using it. And then what I want to do next is I'm going to close this out, this max 5 for now, and I'm going to go back into 14 here. And we're going to load our scene up for that, and we're going to collapse that down into one object, reset our X form, all that good stuff. Go through all that process. And then we'll have the model as one piece as opposed to the two group and combined pieces. Alright, so we're in max 5. And now we'll go ahead and open up our scene that we saved. It's on our working desktop, our working folder in our desktop. Right here. Alright, so there's our model in this two separate pieces. So what I want to do, just as it is, I'm going to take these two pieces here, and there's nothing else in it. Take these two pieces and go to my hammer. This is just another way to go about it anyway. Collapse this down. Collapse selected. Now I'm going to keep the pivot right where it's at. Now at this point I can necessarily go ahead and just center it, and then I'll put it, that'll be the same orientation. So the only reason why it was offset from that previous model that I showed in the track is because the pivot's here and not over here. So that's that shift on that particular axis. That's the only thing, but which is really minimal. It's not super out of whack there. So I'm going to leave it right there as far as the pivot goes. But I am going to reset the X form. Okay, so now from here, I'll take this off and I'm going to reset the X form. Like so. So with everything selected, reset X form, and we're going to check it in here. That looks good. Yep, that definitely looks solid. So I do collapsed all. Now if I want to confirm, the best way to do it, so when it initially loads the X form into that, it's going to show you if it's potentially out of whack. So if you apply it a second time just to confirm that it's the same. So as long as you want to take the initiative, I'm pretty confident that that's where it needs to be. But if I wanted to apply this again to make sure it's in the same orientation as far as that orange bounding box, then I absolutely know for sure that it's where it needs to be. But that's, I can't stress it enough as far as how important that is to reset that X form, because really what it does is it reorients the model anytime you modify it to make sure that it's exactly at the pivot that you set. So whether if it's here, if it's truly centered and what have you, if you don't reset that X form, you could necessarily, put it totally in a different location than you expect it to be, even though it looks fine in the viewport, if that makes sense. All right, so that all looks good. So we're all combined. We reset the X form. I am going to spit this out as a 3DS. So export, navigate to our working folder, which is that Truck X. Go 3DS. And now, and here I got the two separate here. I'm just going to name this one. I'll do the same as what I applied to, what did I call that in the script there? So this one I called it team_HLR. So I'll do that the same for our 3DS. So that's just keeping everything separate and just making common sense, I guess, anyway. So we want to do team_HLR for this case, 3DS, and we'll end up producing a pass file in max 5 of the same name. Spit that out, yes, and we want to confirm that that's saved, which in this case it did right here. So there's our 3DS that it created, HLR. Okay, now we can close this out and go into our, let's close that right out, and we'll open up Max again and load that 3DS in there, create our pass file. and then we'll spit that into our Make 3DO and run that via our script, and so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and geometry new. We're gonna reload that anyway once we put our new model in. So we got this new model here. I'm gonna take this, copy this out first. Yeah. So this is one of our new models. So this is one version, right? I'm gonna copy this out, and I'll paste over once we get our new one. So I'm gonna create. Let's paste this into here. So that way we've got, this is one of our new models. So this one's going to be a combined model. So the scripting is going to be slightly different from what I've shown as far as not having two separate pieces to make one combined model. This is already combined. This is just another way to do it. This will probably make more sense to do it this way than the second approach here, because we got so many individualized haulers that we want to replace. It's going to save time from having to do the two individualized pieces in Max 5, apply the texture twice just to get that one model. So you're subtracting steps, I guess, in that fashion. So the fact that we have as many haulers as we do, this would make more sense to do it this way. Okay. We need to open up Max 5. That's what we need. Load that new 3DS. And I use Max 5. You can use any versions, and I've mentioned this many times before as well. You can use versions from Max 5 all the way up to Max 2008 have been confirmed to work. Anything beyond that it hasn't been made possible. Alright, so now we're in Max 5, and we're going to import. Go navigate to our working folder, which is this one here, and now we want to open up our Team HLR 3DS, and this is going to be a combined model. Completely replace, do not convert. So there's our whole model, and it is showing the hauler, so that's good. Yeah, the fact that it doesn't want to show the hauler, I guess, in that other that still kind of puzzles me. But why is it not expanding that out? Frick. What? Hello. Why is it not expanding that out? Come on, Max, work with me here. Am I running out of, Let me check some things. I'm gonna make sure. I don't know why it's not maximizing that viewport. Let me minimize this. Hopefully it's not freaking out on me. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't maximize. That was really shoot. Okay, so now that we got to this point, so I just want to get it loaded up a little bit bigger. So we do have our truck and our hauler. So now what we got to do is load up our material editor and load up our texture. Now the fact that we don't have alpha channel or anything like that into it, probably fair mention. It's just a flat 2D texture, no alpha or transparency into it. Okay, that applies to our model. This definitely makes more sense too. So the fact that I can see the texture onto it, and we couldn't see that with the separate hauler, which is still kind of weird to me. I'm not sure why that was happening previously, but it did. You did see the results of it, I guess, anyway. Once we ran it through Make 3DO, you know, so all that. So we're good here. Okay, this one I got named as Team Cab. I'm going to relabel this to just Team HLR, like so. We'll keep that generic. And I can put hauler. I could probably take it out there. But keep in mind, the naming conventions for your meshes in 3ds, you can only have a max of 8 characters to include any special characters. So be it underscores and stuff like that. So that's why a lot of times model names, as far as your mesh names in your 3ds, will get chopped off. That's why. Alright, so everything looking good here. We got our texture applied. We're going to leave our pivot right there. We got the shape of our model there named, so we want to spit this out as a pass file. So we'll navigate to our working folder on our desktop, which is this truck X. And we want to spit this out as a pass. And again, that's just based on the plugin for Max 5. Alright, so we want team underscore HLR okay, and that's, again, this is all based on what we've got in our script. So our script says we've got that named that, so that's what's going to look for when it runs the script. There it is. Now you've officially gotten all 3 jackpots with all 3 sets of emotes. So you got the Kappa, the robot, the sad face, that's 4 of them, I'm sorry, and the little red guy. I definitely don't think that's ever been done on the stream at all. That's probably first. Holy mackerel. We definitely need some more hype. Get some more hype and some heck yeahs in the chat. I'll put them out there. That definitely deserves that. Also, let me see. Do I have that one in there? I don't think I did put that one in. There's a lot of them I've been playing around with. Oh man, I didn't put that one in there. Okay, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it yet. There's a new command that I was considering there, and I didn't get it in there yet. Where's your badge? What badge? You got all the badges. You got your VIP, the sub, and the cheer badge. What else do you want? Yeah, the fact that as far as Twitch is concerned, you can only have a maximum of 3 badges. So you've got all what you can basically have. You got your your cheer badge, a sub badge, and the VIP. That's all I can do. I got no control over that. My apologies. Alright, so yeah, we were naming this here. So Team HLR Pass. Spit that out. I'm going to confirm that it's saved. So Team HLR Pass. There we go. And that lines up with what we got in our script. Okay? Marvelous. Now, what we need to do is take this pass file that we just created and put that into our Make3DO. So go to our Make3DO. So we already got the script in here, which is this one. So everything else is the same other than the script and our new pass file. Okay, so we're going to go to our command prompt and we're going to do that. That brings up what we put in there previously. Only thing we need to change is this to an X2. So we want to run that script. Now the fact that I've got the other pass file and the other script in here doesn't matter. When you run this command prompt, I guess with the this command prompt from the Make3DO, it's only going to read what you tell it to read. So it's not going to read anything else in there. So I'm having it read that. No other parameters. Spit that out. So here's our new. So this comes out basically the same. So regardless if you group it as I did previously, or if I collapse it down, it still comes out the same size. Okay. Which is kind of the other thing we wanted to check here. Maybe a little bit smaller, but not much. It's still 11.1. I think the other one was 11.7. That's still a definite improvement. So now what I can do is I can cut this out, paste this into our track, and I'm going to overwrite that. I already copied this and saved our copy over here. So that's our previous attempt. All right. So I'm going to check this one out. We're going to load this one into our track. So paste that one in there. We do want to, yeah, it's just saying newer. So the other one was 11.7. So it is a little bit smaller by way of us collapsing it down into one piece instead of having it 2 separate ones. So it's not that significant of a difference, but it's still, between the 2 of these, these are definite solid options for an improvement on the model. So we're going to go yes to replace that. Now we want to load our track back up with that model, and it should put it again roughly in the same place as it did as our previous attempt on our new model. So let's load the track. Alright, so if we zoom in on that area, we should be right next to our Jasper, our yellow Jasper, and there it is right there. So regardless, at this point, regardless of which one we use, either one is a pretty good option. I'm kind of liking the idea that this is the way it is as far as being collapsed, because now, especially considering now if we wanted to apply a separate texture to this. In fact, let me go ahead and open up another texture. So if you applied another texture as far as for like truck 2, apply that texture, spit that out as a new pass file, and just overwrite that pass file, I guess, that you previously had. That's eliminating a lot of steps. And that's just a matter of readjusting the script to line up, I guess, with what you want the 3DO to be named. So that would be the only exception, I guess, as far as that. So I've got this currently opened in our working folder, right? So what I can do is actually load this up from the Make3DO directory to make it a little bit easier. And then I can adjust that to truck 2, for example. So let's do that. So we'll name it this way, we'll resave it. And I'm doing this all from the Make3DO. I'm not stepping on the original one that we have in our working folder, right? And we're going to keep that pass the same name, right? So when I save the pass file, I'll save to this Make3DO, and that's saving us steps. So everything's going to be working directly out of that Make3DO just to save us time to make all these multiple different team haulers. So what I'll do from Max 5, let me open up another texture so we have it. So let's go to truck 2, load that texture up, and we'll, this is an example, and just to show you how this would work. So truck 2, I'm gonna do these right in order. So let's open this up in WinMint 2. Open up that texture. We're gonna want to go to here, tracks, third party. And that should be right here. And we just got to search for truck 2, which is right here. Now, keep in mind, these are all going to change, more than likely, as far as the design of them and stuff like that. We're just using these as placeholders. And if anything, just to give us an idea of what's going to happen. So with this texture, I'm going to make a bitmap out of this. Spit that out. And we're going to put that, save it right to our working folder. Scratch that. I'm going to put this right into our Make3DO directory. Well, there's a couple different ways I can go about it. I'm going to go ahead and put it in there, and I'll just transfer it over to that. But I think what would probably make sense is if I did navigate. Yeah, let me go ahead and do that. I've talked myself into it. I'm going to go right to my sandbox folder since that's where we're working out of. I'm going to put all that business right in here. Okay, so I'll put that truck 2 right into here. Don't need to change anything as far as the name of it. Just put it right in that directory. And then I can call that. I guess what I was thinking of is I need to have it in there as well as in our working folder, because we need to apply it still in Max and spit out that new pass file, right? So you're going to need it in both locations. So it doesn't matter if you go to Make3DO or the working folder. It's going to need to be in both places. But even from here, I can probably save it to our working folder as well. Just right here from the WinMap utility. So I'll go back to our working folder here. Trying to see which one will work, what method will work better. I do need to have it in both spots though, like I said, at this point. So that's good. So whether or not I do it just the way I did it, to get it in both locations. So now I have it here as well as Make3DO. I'm going to need that texture, I guess, for it to produce that that 3DO based on the script, right? So hopefully that's making sense. So I do need to have it in here as well as here. Because now I'm going to go back into Max. And go to my material editor. I'm going to change the texture to apply it to our model. Not changing the name of the model or anything like that, right? Hopefully you're following me. So we go like this. Then we'll load up truck 2. Changes that texture. Now I'm going to spit this out as a pass file. So go export. And right now it's in here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to navigate, just to make it easier on myself, I'm going to navigate to my program files, where I got my sandbox, my Make3DO, we're working with there, and I'm going to spit it out right here. And I'm going to overwrite this original pass file with that new texture assignment, right? So we're not making a new pass file, we're just overwriting the original pass file. So I still have the original pass file in our working folder to fall back on. So if something goes hairy, I guess, in this process, from this point forward, as we do these each individual haulers, we'll have something to fall back on. It's always better to have a backup. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make there. Okay, so that's going to overwrite that pass file within our Make3DO. And just to confirm that it did, Perfect. We're absolutely good. So now all we got to do is ensure we've got this as truck 2 and make sure this is saved. Okay, so I'm going to leave that open because I'm going to be needing to change this as I do each hauler. So the only 2 things we're going to have to do now that we got this set up here, is edit the script and ensure that the pass file has been overwritten based on max. So now that we've got this all set up here, as we do these in multiplicity, as far as one after the other, we'll have less steps, I guess, to be able to apply. So at this point, we'll be able to apply our new the texture we want, spit that out, overwrite that pass file here in our Make 3DO. That's where we're spitting out our new 3DO, and then just edit the script, save it. Everything is all contained within this Make 3DO now. So as we spit these new 3DOs out, it's going to create the one that we say to tell it in the script, copy that over to our track, and then that's it. So what I'll do, probably what you want to do, I guess, as far as in this process here, I'm just going to do these 2 just to kind of show how this works. But I want to copy out at least and have a copy of our original deal here, just in case we need to revert at any point. It's always good to have backups. I can't stress that enough. So this is our other original model that we took out. Right? So we're saving these as a backup. You might want to do this ahead of time. I guess is the point I was trying to make, is make a copy of all of those. That way when you go through the processor, it's just boom, 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 just one right after the other, and just overwrite those. Okay. So now that we got that out of the way, I want to run this through our Make 3DO. Okay, so I bring up my F8. Everything else is edited as far as the texture, the pass file, the script, all that stuff. So now what it should spit out here is our truck _2 with that appropriate texture. So there's our truck 2 right there. Now if we open this up in 3D SimEd, that shows our truck with that texture. Okay, so we know that's good. So that's its own texture with the same pass file. All we did was just overwrite that with that texture assignment that we changed. That's really all you need to do. So you don't need to have individual pass files. I guess that's probably the other takeaway I was trying to convey here. You do not need to have all these individual pass files, I guess, for each hauler. You can change that texture, overwrite that initial pass file, and just adjust the script to say, okay, what do I want this 3DO based on that pass file to read. In this case, it's truck 2. And that would be the same in succession for each hauler that we redo. So now what I'll do is I'll cut this out and paste that into our track. And now I already copied that truck 2 as I showed you onto the desktop, so we got a backup. This one we want to overwrite. Yep, so again, 20.2 in comparison to 11.1 at this point. So now if we load our track up, I think I still had it loaded here, but that's okay. We're going to reload this up, and where's that truck 2 at anyway, just for reference? So we know that one was there. Where's the truck 2 at? So the truck 2 looks like, let's go to our list here. Let's save ourselves some time. So if we go, truck 2 is down the list here. That one is right here. So it's next door to Pennzoil. So we'll see how that orients in here when we reload this track. So the new model's already in the track thing, but it won't populate until we reload the track. So we got to close it out and reload it. So this is where that's going to show. So we got this one here and this one here. Should load it. Well, this one should still roughly be the same because I didn't do anything to that one, but this one will probably shift a little bit. That's what I expect, because this one did, based on that one translate I was mentioning earlier. So let's do a new. I'm going to set this geometry, it loads quicker this way. Don't know why that is, but that seems to be the case. So we're loading up our PTF. Alright, so now if we go zoom in on that area, we should see that new hauler is loaded. We didn't get any errors, and the track did load, so we know we're good. So yeah, the only thing that seems to be different is that same shift that we saw in the. That's really good, and that's all because that orientation of the original model. It's trying to read that translate. So based on where that translate was on the original model, it's just trying to line it up in the same spot. So the fact that if we were to completely recenter, I guess, the whole model, which easily to do, it'll put exactly where it was in the original model. But in this case here, it's not really that much more adjustment. I can easily go into these. It's already in the track. I can adjust these pretty simply, like so, on each of these. So there's really minimal adjustment there. But if you want to ensure, I guess, you're putting it exactly in the same position as the original, then you would just have to recenter that pivot. So instead of leaving it where I left it, as far as like at that fifth wheel point, and it'll put it exactly the same, that's all you would have to do is just reset the pivot. So that's really minimal. So that's just showing at least two of the haulers in succession. So now as I do these, it'll become much easier, I guess, for me to go one right after the other with the way I have this set up now. Just change the texture, adjust the script the same. So I would go to 3, spit that out, save it, and it's all in that Make 3DO directory. I don't know, should I do that? Torch, you still out there? I mean, I can definitely go through this whole process now, and then from that point, all it would really equate to would be just to adjust the texture, I guess, to whatever you want. So once this is all applied the way it is with the new models, if you wanted to adjust the texture that shows on that model, that's just a matter of taking those bitmaps, readjust the texture, and reapply it to the new model. Everything would be in place. So yeah, I can go through this entire process here. So what I'll do, if that's the case, and at this point it doesn't matter when I do it, it's just a matter I can do this now. So I already got truck 1 and truck 2 done. I'm gonna go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and it goes to 10. That's interesting. So all these 3DOs that are truck whatever, I want to copy these out. 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22. So yeah, it does have some gaps in the numbering, but there's not, they're not in succession as far as these team haulers. 41, 42. Alright, that's $36 right there, and I think that's what we said we was in that one spot. It was $36, so that's $36 right there. So we'll do a copy, and then what I will do, just to save some desktop space, instead of having these scattered all over the desktop there, I'm going to create a new folder, and we'll call these team haulers. And we'll do original. And also, I think at the front of this, I'm going to put Dover, just so I know what's going on. Dover, we'll do Dover 19 TE underscore. And that way we know what they are. So now I'll paste those all in here. Like so. So then we should have those all in. Whoops. So now all those are in here. I'll put the truck 1 and 2 in here as well. That way they're all confined in here. So that'll at least create those backups here so we have something. Always best to have backups. If you can always go back, it's always the best option. Always a good idea. So now I still have these all in here. That's fine. So I'm just going to overwrite those as I do them. So now the next step what I'd have to do is get each of these textures. And I'm going to save these all to the Make 3DO. Right? It should be lined up to that. Right? So I'm going to load. This can become a little bit tedious, but because we got so many, but kind of give you an idea of what the process would be, at least anyway. So we already got 1 and 2, so we're going to do 3. Okay, we're going to spit this out as a bitmap, and then do a file, save as. It should be in that Make 3DO. Yep. Currently, nope, it's in the truck XF, which is fine. I can always transfer those over to the Make 3DO. I'm going to need them in both locations anyway, because like I said, I'm going to need to refresh the texture in Max, as well as going to need it into Make 3DO to spit out the appropriate 3DO once it's. You back up your backups, yeah. Definitely not a bad idea. It can get confusing if you do too many backups. You can be like, okay, what the hell was this one for then? So it is true or whatever. You can necessarily make too many backups. It's always good to at least have one backup. of an original. So anytime you do any changes to something, have a backup of that. If you've got a backup somewhere else, that's even better. But I mean, just trying to, I always try to label my backups, I guess, to say, okay, it was on this date, and I might even sometimes include a README into it to say what was going on with it, just to so I can kind of refresh and be like, oh, okay, that's what I did. So I don't need to change the name of that. I'm just putting that in that. So all these are going to initially populate in the Truck X, which is our working folder on our desktop. Okay. So let's just keep it that way for now. We can transfer those over to our Make 3DO. Yeah, dated is always a good idea too. But sometimes even dates by themselves don't usually help. It sometimes helps to add a README, because if you did something on one date differently than on another date, it kind of adds a little bit more understanding and explanation for what you did. I don't know. You can't batch it. That option does not work for me. I've never been able to get that option to work on WinMip 2. For whatever reason, I don't know what the deal is with that, but I can't do a batch. So I do them all one at a time. If you can get that feature to work, that's great. But I got to do them individually. I have never, for the life of me, been able to get the batch. You know, as far as doing like animated frames and stuff like that, it definitely comes in handy, but it will not work for me. So, well, it's like I said, if you've got it working on your end, that's great. That's awesome. Yeah, so I'm having to do it a little bit a longer way, but it kind of gives you somewhat of an idea. That's what you need to do anyway. So I'm gonna bitmap file save as, and I'm putting these, like I said, right now it's all going to the working folder, which I'm gonna need it there anyway. Okay. And I'm not even gonna try and do it, because if I do it, it's probably gonna screw up WinMip 2, and I don't want to go through that mess. It totally jacks it up. So yeah, just switching these over to bitmap file save as. I've gotten used to just the rhythm of this as far as the batch convert, so it doesn't really bother me all too much. Oh man, that's a pretty cool one. Too bad it's a Ford team, but yeah, it's a pretty cool scheme. Alright, so we're going to switch out to bitmap file save as. Yep, so you can see these all populating in our working directory here for our hauler. The only biggest pain in the butt is just having to navigate down slightly, I guess, when I open this up here. Yeah, some of these schemes are pretty cool. File, save as, bitmap. So we got to make sure we get 36 of them in total. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Oh, crap. Oh, crap. What's going on? Something's happening. Did the stream die again? I hope not. Dadgummit. Yep, sure did. Sure did. Come back. I hope I'm still there. Oh, man. Looking at my processes here. Hold on. Hiya, Kanumba. Yeah, that stream definitely burped there pretty good. Hopefully we're all still here. Everybody can chime in. I guess put something in the chat to kind of let me know everybody's there. But yeah, I don't know if it was just in the process of converting that over. Did it save that? Holy mackerel, Truck X. Yeah, so it did create it. I don't know why it did it. I don't know if it was that one in specific that it did that to, but holy mackerel. Alright. If everybody's still with me, let me know. Spam an emote, something. Here, let me put this over here. Let me know. No, I get any response there. I'm hopefully maybe everybody's still here. I'm still showing live, but that doesn't necessarily mean I am live. It's kind of freaking me out a little bit, so hopefully everybody's still here. It's still showing that I'm live, but I'm hoping I'm still live. Alright, so that texture seems to be done. Oh, chicken for dinner? Staying logged in, but I'll be back soon. Okay, so at least you're still there. Yeah, the stream did kind of crap out there a little bit. That was the only thing I was worried about. Dinner time, right? Yep. I don't even know what I'm going to have for dinner yet. Haven't decided yet. Haven't even thought that far. Sounds like you got some chicken, though. That's pretty cool. I'll find something. No problem, Torch. I'm just going through. This is kind of a tedious process here as far as not being able to batch convert these. Right. But I'm just saving all these texture files into our working folder, one at a time. Some of these are pretty cool, and they're probably outdated for sure. And we should end up with 36 overall, and that's going to be considering, I guess, the ones that we previously had done. Some of these are pretty simple too. Interesting. I did not create these, so I don't take any credit for the creation of these hauler textures. I want to make that clear. I'm simply converting these into... Man, that's a really simple scheme. Holy mackerel, that was really simple. Alright, stop to 15, so 16. We're getting there. Holy mackerel, look at all the logos on that sucker. Yeah, so the fact that this is truck 16, but it's actually the number 37. It's interesting. Interesting. Alright, so that was 16. 17. Definitely familiar with that one. Okay, so we're just... it's rather a tedious process for sure, especially when you got as many as these. But you're going to need all these to be able to apply it to your model in 3ds Max so that you can get to your appropriate model. Did you see my... What's your message? What did I miss? Oh, you had a call? Which message do you mean? Did you... Not sure, Sheva. Okay, so that one, 18, cool. That's a pretty cool scheme. Yeah, so it's just a matter of getting these all into bitmap so that we can apply it to our... you can't use the MIP directly as far as the MIP extension to our Max scene, so that's the only reason for conversion. In this case, because we don't have any transparency, we don't need TGA or alpha channel or anything like that. So, okay. All right, so 19, 20, D-wall, bitmap. We're getting there though. Of the pick and J... Oh, J-Cord? What do you mean J-Cord? You talking about Discord? I don't have Discord currently up there. Like I said, I turned a lot of that stuff off just to save some system resources. I just don't want the stream to crash. Seem to be having a problem with that lately. So, yeah, if I missed any messages there, that's partially the reason why. I don't have those things open. Okay, so 21. Yeah, Wood Brothers, cool. Okay, so once we get all these converted, it'll... As tedious the process that is, there it'll be a little bit easier, I guess, to be able to go right to the next texture, boom, 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 right through Max, adjust the script, and just go from there. Be able to spit them all right out. File, save as. Yeah, it would be nicer for sure if I could do a batch convert on this thing, but that feature just, for whatever reason, does not want to work for me. Okay. Yes, I call it J-chord. J-chord, that's funny. I've heard a lot of different, I kind of like, it's funny, I think I noticed that in, on Deuce's stream last night. I guess Karan had coined, I guess, the outhouse, I guess, as the Deuce chord, which I thought was pretty, it's Deuce chord, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I've heard a lot of different names, I guess, for Discord anyway. Never heard of that, though. Oh, that's a pretty cool scheme. Yeah, so some of these haulers are lined up, I guess, you know, truck 24 is number 24 car. There's only the one so far that I saw that was not. That was that number 37, which was truck 16. But like I said, I don't take any credit for any of these schemes, that's for sure. These were created by some other individual, and a lot of them look pretty cool, honestly. Damn. Already cool. File, save this. You had to refresh? Yeah. That's why I said the stream did burp again, I guess, a little bit, but it didn't completely crap out, which is good. I think a big part of that reason it didn't crap out is I have a lot of applications like Discord and that shut off, just to kind of potentially eliminate any of that problem. Oh, forgot where I left off there. What did I have? 31. Shoot, lost my 31. Yeah, I think 31 was the last one I did. Let me double check. 31. Yep, that was the last one I did. It's got a lot of textures populating in here. File, save as. So 32. I keep seeing these jumbo screens here, and that's not what I want. Because those are numbered too, or as well. Definitely don't want those though. Some of these are really simple schemes on here though. We're getting there though, so 33. $34. Now what I can do as well is I can load in, I'm really afraid to do that too, I can load multiple MIPs, I guess, at one time. I can probably do like 3 at once. That way I at least don't have to do them one at a time. You were talking, then it just got quiet. Yeah, and I think part of that quietness, I think, translates, I guess, in the fact that the stream did burp a little bit. I did get some red indications here. I turned some more things off, I guess, to kind of hopefully save it a little bit. So hopefully it doesn't crash. So 34, save as. I'm going to do this, though. I'm going to try. Hopefully it doesn't have a fit here, I guess, if I try to do this. But I can load multiple textures at once. Let me try to do that. So I'm going to do 35, 38, and 41. We'll do 3 at a time. So it should load these all at once. Wait a minute, we did the 1. That's weird. Hold on, I don't want to do it that way. I guess that didn't work. A lot of times what will happen is it should load. So I can't even get that to work. $35, 38. Oh, I see. It won't let me do it in multiplicity. I got you. I'll be damned. So yeah, I can only do it one at a time. Okay, never mind. I lied. Now, I think what I was thinking of is I can do the MIPS. It won't do, but if I have the bitmaps or the raw texture prior to MIP, it will let me load those in multiplicity. So the MIPS, it does not let me do that. Okay, that much I do know. So if I these bitmaps, if I want to load these in multiplicity and a WinMap 2, it will let me do that. Just obviously won't do the MIPS himself in multiplicity, which is kind of a pain in the butt. I won't lie. 35, 38. Okay, that was 38. 41, we're getting there. Man, that's a really cool scheme. Too bad it's a Ford team. I'm a chippy guy myself. Okay, that was 41. 42. File, save as. Okay, 42. 43. We're getting there, folks. Give it some thumbs. Yeah. Okay, did I save that? Save as 43. Yep, that's saved. Cool. Okay, 43. 47. Yep, some of these are really familiar. Getting there, you can see them all populating in our working folder here. Let's see. 48. Yeah, we're getting there. We're on the last stretch here. That one's definitely outdated because the 48 has got a new sponsor. Yeah, I knew what you meant there as far as to give the stream some thumbs. Yep. Needs something, that's for sure. Okay, that one's a simple scheme. Home stretch, 55. 78. Ooh. Okay, 78. 83. Getting there. So 83, 88, and 95. So we got two more. And what we should end up with is 36 of these bad boys in total. Alright, should be the last one. Okay, close WinMap 2 out. We should have, let's check this out. We should have 36 of these now. So if we go from here, truck 1, all the way down to here, we should have 36. 37. How do we get? That's interesting. So we're missing one somewhere. Anyway, we got at least a 36. Did I have too many? Let's try this again. 37 of them. Okay, so I was thinking 36, but I guess we got at least a 36 anyway. Anyway, we're going to see how this works then. So we got all those textures. Now we need to copy these. So we got up to truck 2 into our Make 3DO. Yep, so we need 3 and beyond. So go from here. Here. I'm going to copy these over to our Make 3DO. So we're going to need them in both locations. Alright. So now from here, what we should be able to do... Wait, how did this get over here? What the heck? Weird. Stuff's shifting on my taskbar. I don't like that. We're halfway through the stream. Pat its back and make it burp. Yeah. No, maybe I need to give it a libation. Give it some, maybe a carbonated drinker. Possibly? I don't know. What do you give it? What do you give it, PC, I guess, when it needs to burp? Okay, so we got those both in. So now from here, what we'll be able to do is... So we got 2 is done. So now I just go into my texture here. Change it to 3. Go right on down the line. So these right now are loading them in from the Truck X, which is our working folder on our desktop, which is fine. Everything else stays the same. We're going to export this out, and this is in our Make 3DO. This is where it's going to become nice and fluid. It's going to be boom right after the other. Just overwrite this pass file. Yes, and then adjust our script. So in this case now, what we got to do is edit to Truck 3. Save it. Keeping it open, and then we can run our script and do our F8. Bring that up. Still the same script that we want it to read, so we don't even need to change that. At the end of the line, spit it out. We should have our Truck 3. Oops, our Truck 3 model. I have to scroll up a little bit. So yep, there's our Truck 3. Can load this up there, and there's our truck. Cool. That's just to confirm that it's actually good. I think every one of these should be good to go. So now what I'll do is I'll cut them out from here, paste them into our track. I don't have to do this. I can keep them on here. But we already got these all backed up as I showed previously. So I can overwrite these in here. Okay. So it's just to show. I mean, I don't have to do that right now. I can wait until I got them all done and just do them all in one fell swoop. But now from here I can go Material Editor, change the texture, go right down the line. So this will be number 4. Apply it. You can see that it applies. Export. Save right over that pass file. Okay, adjust our script. Change this to truck_4. Save it. Go in our command prompt. F8. So we're gonna have several lines in our thing here. That's for sure. Right to the end of the line. Boom. That should create a truck 4. Right there. Whoa. My goodness. Slip of the mouse. And I'm just going to keep these all in here for now. I'll spin them out. I'll be able to sort those, I guess, after they're all done. But I should be able to go right through one right after the other at this point. Okay, change our texture. Truck 5. Okay, changes that texture. Spit that out. Export. Right on top of that pass file. Adjust our script. Truck 5. Save it. Run the script. F8. Okay. Now I'm just going to go right through them. I know it's spitting out there, but I can at least look at this to make sure. Yep. So we're still creating now. We're good to go yet. One right after the other. So truck 6. I think I can expand this out. I guess I can't. Yeah, so in Max 5 I can't expand this out like I can in 14 as far as this goes. It would be a little bit easier. But not a big deal. So truck 6. That applies. Export out as a new pass. Right over top. Yes. Adjust our script. File save. F8. Like to go to the end of the line, make sure that's what that, boom. So as long as I don't get any errors or anything like that, I'm good to go. Actually, I'm going to span this out here a little bit so you can see what's going on with that. Okay. So you kind of get the process that's involved here, at least anyway. Alright, so do truck 7. Whoops, we don't have a truck 7. It goes right to truck 10 after that. Okay, cool. No worries. File, export, right over that pass. So really all we're doing with that pass file that we're overwriting was just changing the texture assignment. That's essentially all that really is happening there. So we have to make sure that we don't want another truck 6 with that texture applied to it, so we want to make sure that it accommodates. So in this case it's truck 10. That's what we did there, right? Let me confirm there. Gotta double check here. So truck 10. Yeah, so it goes from 6 to 10, yep. Cool. So those all kind of coincide with each other, so we'll save that. Yep, and then F8. Have to go all the way to the line. Boom. Done. Alright, so next one down the line, that should be 11, I believe. Yep, truck 11. Boom. File, export. Right over top of that. Adjust our script. Save it. F8. So you get a little bit of an in a rhythm, I guess, as far as when you do this then. Okay. Okay, new texture should be 12. Yeah, so the fact that there isn't... Oh, there's no 12, so it goes to 13. Okay, cool. Just going right down the line is all. File, export. Right over top of that pass. Adjust our script. 13 in this case. Save it. F8. It's kind of like running a production line. Change texture. So 13, next one is 14. Darn mouse anyway. Export. Yes. Just the texture. Or the PSG, I should say. File, save. Expand this a little bit more. So you can see we're going to have several lines in here for all those individual haulers. Just so I don't have to scroll, I can expand that window out. Just wish I could do it on this one. I don't think I can. I can't do it in this one. I can in 14, but not max 14 anyway. File, export. Right over that pass. I think my playlist is over again. So this one was 15. File, save. Get that here in a second. Boom. Now see if I want to confirm in here really quick here as far as the make 3DO, you can see it's creating all these. So we stopped at 15, so you can see all those 3DOs are being produced. So we're good to go there so far. Let me get this playlist here. There we go. Keep jams going in the background. Alright. Export. Pass file. Just the script. Probably does help too if you keep that cursor in the right in the same spot, so you don't move it too far away, I guess, from where you need to edit. That saves a little bit of time too. But if you slip a little bit, it's probably not too bad to adjust it. Alright, so we got those two things adjusted. So do 8. This shortcut in the command prompt is definitely nice as far as not have to type all that. Because it's basically the same line over and over and over again. Oops, got the wrong one there. On the texture thing. That one was... Oh yeah, that was that one. Right. That was the only weird one, it seemed like. Okay. Welcome back. Okay, so let me save that. Adjust our script. Yeah, so I'm just showing the processor torch, I guess, as far as going through each one. Now that I got all the bitmaps for the textures, I'm just showing the workflow as far as the assembly line I got here now, I guess, as far as to create all the new 3DOs for those. So you can see I already got several lines for all these individual haulers that I've created here. So yep, we stopped at 17, so we should have... Whoops, gotta go to the make 3DO, my bad. Wrong folder. Scared me a little bit. Yeah, so we stopped at 17, so you can see those are all populating in there. So we're about halfway done. Homemade chicken pot pies. Alright, 4 pounds of chicken. Ooh, my goodness. Okay. Yep, so this is a matter of changing up the texture. Exporting out that pass file. Overwriting that same one over and over again. That way you don't have to make several PSGs and or several PSGs or several pass files anyway. This one's 18. File save. Okay. I wish I could expand this one out, that's for sure. As far as this one here, won't let me expand it. Oh, I can in 14, but not in here. This is kind of annoying. Just a little bit. So that one was 19, so it should be 20. Yep. If I get a little quiet, I'm just getting focused usually when I get to do these things. So don't mind me when it gets focused here. Sometimes it's just second nature. That one's 21. So this is where it doesn't necessarily come into things. So if you line your names up, like in this case, it's becoming very obvious. I only have the one hauler that was truck 16, but yet it had a team 37 or something on it. So that was the only one that was off. So the fact that as I do these, you know, just going one in consecutive. Now, granted, there's some breaks, I guess, in the numbering, right? But the model is lining up to the texture as well as the script and so on as I go through this. So it helps me to kind of keep a pattern of not missing one, if that makes sense. So 21, so now we want to run this one. So it really just comes down to how you're naming your models, I guess is what I'm saying. So if you got things like this that are in succession, this totally makes sense to have them named, you know, truck 1, 2, so on. associate the team number, I guess, with the truck, for example. Makes it much easier, I guess, to be able to do these types of processes. Okay, so I stopped 21. Oops, gotta go to make 3D, that's right. Eventually I'll end up transferring these all from here into our working folder on our desktop. Yeah, so we stopped at 21, so there we go, just to kind of confirm is all. Okay, so 22. Yep, 22. File, export. Save that pass. Just our script. Yeah, so the fact that we've already been able to confirm this is going to be a definite optimization, I guess, of from the original model, right? Would have preferred 1 to 42 myself. Well, it depends on the teams. It's like the way the teams are numbered, you don't really necessarily always have, So to me, it kind of makes sense to have, if you got team 1. Car number 1, so on and so forth. That's, for the most part, all these haulers are exactly that way, with exception to that one, which is truck 16. It has like car number 37 or 38 on it, I forget which one. That's the only one that's off. So, as opposed to going like truck Penske, truck, because these sponsors always change. This kind of makes it more generic. So depending on what sponsors on that team for the next season, say for example. You don't have to worry about that. It's more generic, but it makes sense as far as, okay, truck 1 is car number 1, truck 2 is team number 2, and so on. This makes a heck of a lot of sense to me. Alright, so 22. Yeah, so from this way too, as if it hasn't become abundantly clear here, I should end up with, in this case, I guess 36 or 37 lines. As far as creating those different, and once I'm done, at least anyway. So I'll be able to check on this here, all these lines that I got in here. I should have the same number of 3DOs, I guess, in my directory that I'm spitting them out to. 1 through 42. But again, it kind of depends on whether or not, I mean, you can do that, but then you might have a team, like, say if it's truck 42 and it's car number 95, right? Because of the way the numberings of the cars, I guess, from season to season, we're always in a silly season, I guess, in NASCAR. So I think the fact that they've got them the way these are done, personally, the way they're done, I guess, as far as based on team number, it kind of makes more sense. So truck 1 is car 1, so on and so forth. Otherwise, you might end up with one that's, like I said, if it's truck 42, it might be like car 95. So if you're looking at it, to be like, okay, it just doesn't line up, I guess, as well. And this is keeping in mind as far as, like, you're not, you're doing a sponsor. So like this one for the 78 is Furniture Row. You're not making truck Furniture Row, because the sponsors change, but the numbers usually don't. And you might have a number that might transfer to another team from season to season, but that number is usually always going to be, you can definitely swap around numbers as a comparison to the sponsors from year to year. So eliminating that necessity, I guess, to have to adjust a particular truck hauler because it's got a specific sponsor name on it, you won't have to do that because it's just generic when you do it this way. That's what I kind of like, the way how these are done. It's definitely improves the process of being able to do what I'm doing here, as far as to ensure that I'm going, one consecutively after another. I can put truck 22 with team 22, just like I finished here, and just right on down the line. From year to year, car numbers and team. Well, that's just what I mean, though, because they do change, right? There's still nothing wrong, I guess, with having a truck 95, a truck 88, as opposed to that. I mean, you can look at it, I guess, from a million different ways to Sunday, but I mean, it's like, I think the way it is now, they don't even have 43 cars participating in every event. You know, so there's that too. So as far as having a number truck 1 to 42, there's really no truth in that anymore lately, because they don't even run 43 teams on the track anymore. From what I understand, it's only like 40 or 41. So, I mean, that can change from year to year too. I mean, so by numbering it in that fashion, it really makes no sense. So to associate the number of the truck hauler itself to the team, to me that makes more sense, because you may not necessarily have, I guess, a truck, you know, team 95 with truck 95, and you know, from one season to the next, but you know, you can always change that, I guess, to I don't know how to explain that, but I mean, to me, it just makes sense to associate the truck number to the entire team. Yeah, I know they didn't run 43 anymore. That's all I do remember. But, you know, based on your philosophy to go 1 to 42, it wouldn't make any sense, because they don't always run 42 or 43 cars. So, again, I don't know. This is my own opinion, as far as I think having the truck haulers numbered based on the team number, that just makes more sense. And that's only my opinion, but that's obviously open for debate. Let's see, 22, I need to do 23. Yeah, so far that's the way these are loading in. Truck 23, team 23. Yeah, I need to export that out. Lost my train of thought there for a second. Busting my workflow. So 23. Yeah, so the only two files that I'm editing, I guess, as I do this is the pass itself. I'm overwriting that, as well as the script. So when I go into here, and I got the shortcut there, I guess, to be able to populate anything out, eliminate all that typing, and then just press enter. So simple. Okay, and then just change the texture out. So 24 would be next. So the fact that I can see what's on here, I know exactly which one I need to do next, for example. That in itself makes it, you know, so if I were to step away, I guess for now, if I need to go on a bio break, if I come back, I'd be like, okay, I stopped on 23, 24 would be next, because they're all in succession. And I should see team 24 on there, so that's, I don't know, this makes more sense, as far as that visual, anyway. Let's see, let's do a file, export, pass. Obviously, I know this one's out of date, because the Napa sponsor is not on the 24 anymore, it's on the 9. So, again, it just really comes down to, at that point, is just being able to adjust the texture on that truck number. So the fact that truck 24 would be, was it William Byron? He's running, I don't even know what sponsor, you know, that you could adjust that texture based on that. It's just all a texture change is all it is. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing that too. That way they could be changed to reflect the teams of that era. Thinking of older series where they did run 42. I mean, still, you wouldn't be wrong. I guess that's, but yeah, if you want to think old school, but I guess as far as, still even then, if you're doing that, to have the truck number associated with the car number, I guess, that they ran, still kind of makes sense to me. It is confusing, though, I guess, as far as this era in comparison to the previous era or whatever, where they did run 42, now they only run 38 or whatever it is. It's like, I don't know. They changing too much, in my opinion. But they say they do it, I guess, in an effort, I guess, to save the team's money, as well as the different track venues' money. Yeah, 27, cool. So that kind of skipped there, one from 24 to 27, so we didn't have a 25 or 26. But that's truck 27 with team 27. Yeah, so we do export. So what I'll do is I'll at least get all these spit out here. We'll get it back into the track, and probably finish it up by just testing out in the sim. That's probably what I'll necessarily call it good to go. You got to think about the 0-0 and fourth card. Oh, as far as the zero. See, they don't really run. They used to back in the day. Yes, definitely. But it would be nothing, I guess, to name a truck, truck underscore 00. If they were running the 0 number, just truck underscore 0. That way it's still associated, like I said, with the name. The not the name, but the number. But yeah, I think that's probably what Chavez given Torches some insight, I guess, as far as if you do it from, I mean, again, that can work both ways. Regardless of which area you're trying to depict with your haulers, would necessarily say, okay, we had, I guess this is the other thing I think of too. Like if you've got a team number that sometimes they use like a 3, like an X, so you might have 2 number 3s out there, for example. One might be 3 and one is 3X. You could associate that truck hauler, I guess, with that, so you can go truck underscore 3, truck underscore 3X. Again, it's still associating with the team number as opposed to just the sponsor or anything like that. They don't even run a 27 anymore. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. That's what I mean, though. So you could, when you're applying it to your track, you would still have it available, I guess, in your arsenal, but whether or not you would actually apply it to the track. So there's that adjustability as well. All right, so did I get that one spit out? Let's double check that. I got lost track here a little bit. 27. No. 24 was the last one, so 27. I still got to spit that one out. Let's make sure I got this one done. I'll save it just to make sure. See, that definitely gives me a huge clue as to whether or not. So being able to check that folder, it's much easier, I guess, for me to tell where I left off. So you can get sidetracked there. Just gonna save over that again just to make sure, and then we'll run that through a script. So without even really paying attention to the details, I guess, of the file, I know that's where I left off. I didn't create or produce, I guess, that 3DO, so I'll just finish off of there. So even if I did step away, if we get into these discussions like we are, I know exactly where I need to continue. I like having them in succession like this. It makes a lot more sense to me. Export. But that is left an interpretation for sure. 31. Alright, fate. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious what we do end up with there, because I counted 37 textures that I spit out. So I did not necessarily look to see if there was an extra MIP in there in comparison to truck models, because initially I thought we had 36 to deal with. So yeah, we'll have to compare that, I guess, once we get done with these. It's 31, 32 is the next one, I guess. What's after 31? 32, yep. Export, save over that, adjust the script. And run through make 3DO. Now, if I was doing this on 2 screens, I'm trying to do this all on 1 screen, I would have my max up on 1 monitor, and I would keep the make 3DO with that on the other monitor, so I'd be able to go back and forth. I wouldn't even have to worry about this all minimizing like it is as far as the material editor, and make it even that much faster. The fact that I'm trying to do this all on 1 monitor makes it a little bit more difficult, but you still see how expedient, I guess, that is by having that flow. I guess now just maybe go one right after the other. Alright, so this one's on 32. Again, lost my place, so 32. Yes, I did create that one. Cool. That's my check to see. So I did produce that. So what I got in here, That's already been produced, so now I can change this over to 33. Yep, that's the next one in line. Cool. There's that. Change your script. And run it through Make 3DO. So far, so good. I just wish I could expand this up in Max 5. That's the only thing that's really irritating. I know in like Max 7, I do believe it gives you the option to be able to do that as far as expand this out. So to have to scroll, this would definitely save me more time if I could expand this out. And again, like I said, I would have this on my other monitor. Not doing this all on one monitor as I am right here for the stream. This is all for purposes of the stream, obviously. Alright, so this one is 34. Just our script. I'm not sure if I saved that pass file, but I'm going to go ahead and do that again just in case. Not going to hurt. Okay, now I know everything's good. Alright, so 34. What's after 34? Next. Oops, don't get too crazy. 34. We're knocking them out though. 35. File export. Yes, and adjust our script. Okay. Next. I feel like, you know, when you definitely get into the workflow, this, like, you know, makes me think that I'm at some of these places you go where you have to wait in line. It's like, next number, next. That one's 36. Was that 36 or that 38? Dadgummit, let me go check. That one was 36. 38 is next. That number looked kind of weird on that truck, so I just want to check. Yes, 36 was the last one. Okay. Almost looks like a 38 from this picture here. So without rendering it, that's what it looked like. Oh, that was 38. What the heck? Hold on. 38. Alright, hold on. I gotta back up here a second. That was 38. Let me double check this here. Oh, okay. I just gotta rename that in the script. That's all I did. So this is, that's good. Wait, so the fact that I didn't have a 36 or 37, 38 was the next number. Because it spit out a 36, that's only doing what I told it to do in the script, right? So I need to do 38. Just resave this, and I'll delete this one here, because obviously that's no good. So I'll delete that one. I'm gonna reproduce that. Okay, no problem. So yeah, the script was only doing what I told it to. That was user fault. So I was thinking it was right in succession here. So this is 38. It's like, why does that look like an 8? It's like, it is an 8. That's why. Alright, so the script should, this path should be good, so we'll just run that back through here. So I'm going to end up having an extra one in here. I can take note of that. So instead of the 36 or 37 that I should have, I'll probably end up having an extra because of that. So I'll have to keep that in mind once I'm done here. So instead of 37, I'll end up with 38 or 37. Let's see what we end up with anyway. The fact that I had 37 textures when I exported all those out, as far as converting them over to bitmap, I thought there was only 36 trailers, or haulers I should say. So yeah, we're gonna check that out too. See what's going on with that. So 38, then it goes to 41. Yeah, so we're skipping numbers at this point. 41 it is. Okay, so export. Just the texture. So this would be 41. Save. But this might, you know, add to the argument that you were mentioning there, Torch, as far as having just in succession, as far as from 1 to 42. My argument is, it's like, if I do that, and if the team number doesn't match the truck number itself, as far as, in this case, 41 with 41, I would be confused, like, hey, where the crap did I leave off? As far as if I did have to, I guess that's what I always consider when I'm doing these processes. If I had to step away, where did I leave off? And this is, in this sense, I have a definite way of being able to tell where I left off. And I'm just going to export these again just to make sure. Pretty sure I already did, but it doesn't hurt to do that. Now we'll run it through here. I always leave room, I guess, for the thing that I get interrupted. So when I come back to it, even at a later date, I know exactly where I left off and what was going on. Okay, so that was 41, so I think we do have a 42. Yep. So export that. And just scripts. They don't even run the 27 anymore. 1, 2, 3, 6, 8, 10. Oh, yeah. You don't confuse me that way. Some of those numbers are not used and still getting confusing. Yeah. So it's whatever works for you. I guess is what it boils down to. I'm not saying there's a right or wrong way. It's whatever works for. To me, as far as in the process that I'm doing here, I look at it from the standpoint, if I had to step away, I know exactly where I left off because of the way they're numbered. So this is very useful in my opinion. But like I said, I'm not trying to say that this is the right way to do it. You have to do it this way. You do it whichever way makes sense to you. Okay, so that was 42. Oops. Going to the wrong one. 42. Yep, so there's 42. So the next one's going to be 43. Alright, so let's... You do what it makes sense to you. That's all. This to me definitely makes sense. 43, so export that. And our script. Yeah, but I didn't want to get confused as far as all those numbers you're doing there. I'm going by what I have here as far as like, so I already made the one mistake, I guess, with thinking there was a 36, but I looked at the number, I was like, well, that's a 38. Okay, so obviously there's not a 36, so I was able to make that adjustment. Y'all in trouble now. I'm stopped. You stopped for the night? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know what to think about that. There, Chavez. You got me worried. 43, so let's save that. Okay, just making sure, and then we want to run that through the script. Running out of room here. I'm going to have to get to the point where we're almost done with these, though, anyway. We're getting there. So we're at 43. What's after 43? Yeah, we're getting into these oddball ones. 47, 48, 55. Okay. We're getting there. Oops. Export. Right over that. So this one is 47. Yeah. 47. So we skipped over a bunch of numbers there. File save. And run that through our script. Make 3DO. There's really not a way to keep them up to date unless you're modder like it. Yeah, that's somewhat the problem. But even if, you know, I guess what I think of is like, okay, the fact that they run 38 cars now instead of 42 or 43, right? You're still going to have all those hauler models available, so you can just texture those, I guess, in accordance with. So the way these are done, so let's say, for example, there's not a team one, you know, team number one car. So leave that hauler out and just use the ones that I guess that are available. But if you wanted to, let's say there's a, I don't know, let's say for some strange reason, I guess I wouldn't see them, I could definitely see them doing this. Well, let's say, for example, they end up going with using letters, I guess, with the numbers. Okay. You wouldn't necessarily be able to, you know, your option there, Torch, would hold more true, I guess, to have just 0 through 42, as far as trucks 0 through 42. That way you can accommodate whatever car numbers that they use in the series, you know, moving into the future. Now, going by what I was talking about as far as like just having it associated with the actual car number, if you don't have that model, I guess, designed that way, you would have to have the raw model, I guess, to be able to adjust that and change it in that fashion, right? So if you don't know how to do any of that, or if you do it wrong, you might necessarily break the track. So there is some truth to that. So if you were to take the approach like what you mentioned, that would totally hold true. That would make sense. Yeah, but for me as a modeler, that's I can say that, I guess, as far as I can just easily have those raw files as I do here, and I can adjust those, I guess, to accommodate, I guess, the team's car number to associate with the hauler itself. Yeah, so definitely from a modeler standpoint, that's easy to say, but for those that don't have that ability, it wouldn't be as easy. So, what are you laughing at, Chavez? Are you talking about being in trouble there? Alright, so what was the last one I did? I did 47, so we're doing 48 next. Okay, cool. Get down to the nitty gritty here. So 48's next. I'll just say, I guess, for what we've got in this particular track, it totally makes sense as far as how they're done. Let's put it that way. But also keeping in mind, you know, if you want to replace haulers that are already built into the track and you want to keep them relatively in the same location, doing it this way, as far as having it lined up with that one, yeah, you can do it that way. That works as well that way too. As I've already shown, I've done the two haulers, I guess, to show that they're relatively in the same spot with a little bit of adjustment. Okay, it's 48, so we gotta export this and adjust our script. Oh yeah, it definitely can be, but if anything, I'm hoping by doing these streams, I guess that's probably another big reason why I do the streams. It gives some sense of if somebody did want to go ahead and do that, if they wanted to modify a track or build a track from scratch, how would you go about doing that? You know, as far as like, what are the things to think about when applying, you know, making the model, what to name them, and so on. I mean, that's a lot of those types of things you want to necessarily take in consideration. I like to keep things generic, as I've mentioned plenty of times before. I don't like to make them specific. So like I noticed some of the things that you've got in the Dover track, they're pretty specific as far as like the, you know, the safety clean hauler, you know, the truck safety clean. I wouldn't do that. I would do something like truck vendor 1, truck vendor 2. That way if that changes down the road, which it usually potentially does, it would be a generic model name, and I can change the texture, I guess, to accommodate, I guess, that generic truck name, for example. So like, instead of having a truck Coca-Cola, I would do like truck beverage. Or if it's a Busch, you know, like a Busch beer type of hauler, I would do truck beer 1 or something like that. These are just examples. Not saying they're ironclad, but that's just the approach that I would take to it. Yep, so I got sidetracked here again. Did I spit this one out? I don't think it did. 48. Nope. 47 was the last one. Okay, cool. So let's run this through the script. Yeah, I've just come after like the whole first new premier sponsor for NASCAR as far as with the sprint. I started to see it was like just every year it's like everything, the sponsors were changing for events and stuff like that. It's like, man, this is nuts. So as far as naming the things in this, instead of naming like the trackside decals and the wall logos, I guess to something specific as far as to accommodate a particular sponsor that was on a wall or on the grass or whatever, I would just genericize them. So that way, regardless of what you changed it to, based on from season to season, that generic generic file name for the texture or the model is going to accommodate whatever texture you apply to it. So like I would get into the habit, on a lot of the SPP tracks, I would just say like TSD Cup Event 500, right? So it didn't matter what sponsor was applied to the track in any given season, that name of that texture was going to accommodate whatever texture that you applied to that texture name. Now, just to give an example, I've never tried to get specific. I guess, like I said, that's going back about 12 years at this point. 2008, when Sprint took over as the title sponsor for NASCAR's Cup Series. It was just like every year it was just like something else was changing. I guess as far as sponsorships, it's like, this is ridiculous. So I generalized a lot of the file naming of that type, those types of things that I knew they were going to change from season to season, leaving that flexibility into those. As a truck media, right? So that's probably a truck. But I did notice that you do have some items in, and I'm not trying to ridicule it at all. I'm just saying there's different ways. So like you got like a truck FedEx. Okay, what's to say that this doesn't change down the road? You know, for this particular truck, if that was a change, you've got that name as Truck FedEx. If you put a different texture on it, that doesn't line up, I guess, with the texture you got on it. So, like, say for example, this becomes some other new age type of company that gets applied to that. If you apply a different texture to this, it's still named Truck FedEx, right? So I would have taken the approach on this one to name it like Truck, I don't know, like Freight, Truck Freight Express or something like that. Something generic, so that no matter what texture I apply to it, I'll still associate the name to say, okay, I know this is some type of a freight company hauler, but yet it's not specific to a primary sponsor. And again, I'm not trying to ridicule, I guess, as far as the way you did it. That's just, to me, that's what makes more sense, because these sponsors on these different tracks change so often. So by having it more generalized, you don't have to worry about it. So like, trying to think of another thing that I did. I mentioned about the beverages and like Coca-Cola, Busch Beer, doing like a truck beverage 1, truck beverage 2, things like that. That's the approach I would take anyway. Like I said, lost track of what they're doing, and that happens too. You just kind of get. I think a lot of people are stuck in that notion of the way a lot of old school track builders out there. They're stuck into that. It's like, I want to make it specific to what it is. So it's like, if it's a particular sponsor, like what is the sponsor for this one for Dover? You want to tag every texture and every model that's in this thing, I guess, to associate, I guess, with that sponsor that you're applying on the texture. It totally makes sense. I mean, that's the rut that a lot of I want to say new track builders, I guess, have gotten into that realm. They want to make it specific. That way, when they go in here down the road, they'd be like, they know exactly what to look for. As far as like, okay, that's that logo because it's named that. This was from that sponsor that year. Excuse me. And they can easily find it. See, for me, that doesn't make logical sense to do it that way, because I don't know. I guess I just like the texture to line up, I guess, with what that's associated with. So it's like, if it's a commerce type of thing, for the sponsorship, I've done that too. I would do like TSD underscore commerce or wall logo commerce 1, you know, to say that it has something to do, I guess, with that state to where this the track venue is, and not make it specific, I guess, to any particular sponsor that's on the texture. That, and again, that's, to me, that's just my way of doing things. I'm not saying that has to be done that way. Just makes more sense to me is all. Alright, so 48, did I do that one? Yes. So 48, so truck 55 is next. Alrighty then, so truck 55. Another reason, you know, I had to do this sidetracked several times here already, so it's easy for me to be able to pinpoint where I left off with the way these particular models are done. So export this out. Alright, adjust the script. 55, so we definitely skipped some numbers there. And then run it through Make 3DO. Okay. And then 55, what's the next one? Uh, 55, 88, looks like that one's next, so we skipped a whole bunch of numbers there. Whoop, wait a minute, what did I do? That's not the right one. The heck, hold on a minute. What's after 55? Oh, that was 35, my bad. I didn't scroll down enough. 55, 78 is next. Okay, there we go. That's more better. I was gonna say, what? Okay, so 78 is next after 55. Export that out. Save over that. Yep, 55. Change this one to 78. Okay. Alright, what's after 78? 78. Whoop, went too far. 78, we got 83. Okay. Export out, save over. '83. Save that. Alright, and then I'll run it through Make 3DO. Okay, so even this is a pretty long and drawn out, tedious process there. Making yourself a manageable workflow. And like I said, the only reason why this is probably taking me a little bit longer is I'm pausing and kind of commenting, I guess, through this. But I would definitely have these on my 2 separate monitors, and I would have had this probably done already. Just having this workflow. The fact that I'm having to, maximize the material window and all that stuff, I would eliminate a lot of those steps. But because I'm going back and forth for these different things on the one monitor, it's adding a couple more steps for me. But even with this streamlined the way it is, it's still relatively pretty quick, to say the least. So 83, what's after the 83? 88, and then we got one more after that. Okay, so export, save over that, adjust our script, save it, and run it through Make 3DO. So just out of curiosity, I'm thinking I should have 38 lines in here. I'll count these, I guess, just to kind of compare. Alright, last one. All the BS going on here, we finally got to the last one. Okay, and then texture, script. So I should only have one extra here from my count here, because I did that. I had the one that was misaligned, I guess, as far as the numbering of it. So if I count back on this one here, I should have. Let me see what I got here. Whoops. Crap. No, back that up. I don't want this line. I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 5, 6, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 5. So that's 37 right to that point. I got more than that. Okay, so probably not going to really matter here. I just wanted it like a cross-referencer, but I should definitely have at least 36 in here. So let's see how many we cut out of this one here. So we already got them copied. We already did that previously from our track folder. So we already got all those backed up. Right, we already did that previously just to set that up. So now we should be able to cut these all out of here. All of these 3DOs. And we'll see how many we get here. We should have at least have 36, if not 37. I do have 37 textures, so. If you remember as far as how many textures I converted over to bitmap. Just the 3DOs, that's all we want. Alright, so we end up with 34, but we already did 2 of them. We got the number 1 and number 2, so we got 36 of them. So for some reason, we've got an extra texture, because we ended up having 37 bitmaps. So that's kind of strange. But we do have at least a 30, because we got 34 selected here, but I've already got the 2 that I did. I did a truck 1 and truck 2, so that is 36. That's from our original number, so we'll cut these out. Paste these into our track, because again we already got those backed up. Another folder on the desktop here, so we can overwrite all these. Yep, so we're going to do this to every single instance. Boom, done. Just that quick. Now we should be able to load the track up with these new models, these new truck hauler models, and they should be relatively in the same position. Now there might be a little bit of adjustment on that. It's just going to be that little bit of a shift because of the pivot not being exactly where it was. Yeah, it was a lot of work just to get through that, but like I said, it probably would have went a lot faster if I wasn't streaming it and was only doing it on the one monitor. That's probably the one takeaway from it. I definitely would have had them done a lot quicker. But that's for the sake of the stream. It kind of gives you someone an idea of how to set up a workflow, you know, and have it work to your advantage, I guess, in that. Okay, so let's put this over to geometry. I always find out, and I'm sure anybody that's worked in Sandbox, you'll find out that the tracks load faster if it's in geometry mode as compared to object or any other mode other than geometry. And I'm not sure why that is, because the fact that it's the same amount of content that's in the track, for whatever reason the track just loads a lot slower for anything other than geometry. So all I'm going to do here is just do a new. I did adjust those. I forgot I did do that. I'm not going to worry about that though. I just showing how I was showing earlier, I guess, as far as how much we'd have to shift it based on because of that orientation or that pivot for the new models. So that's the only reason why it's asking me to save, because I made that change. I'm not going to worry about it. So we'll load up this original PTF. Now it should load. We shouldn't get any errors, which is a good sign. So it's loading all the new models in here. So we might have a little bit of adjustment to make to some of these, which I don't think it's too terrible. It almost looks like it did not adjust some of these here. So what I'm noticing, like this one, what is this one here? Let's say how. So we got object. What is this one here? So that one is truck 7. So there is a truck 7. That was one of them I didn't do, because you remember if we went from 6 to 10, if you remember. So that's one's not changed. So from here we can at least pick out as far as which ones did not probably get edited. So what's this one here? This one's 18. We did do that one. Okay, so maybe it is shifted. It doesn't look like it was shifted. That's all the reason why I'm checking it. See, this one's a Truck X side. See, that's kind of an oddball. We did not do one of those. We only did the truck number, you know, truck and number. So we got this one is what? This one's a truck. That's another oddball. So yeah, we do have some oddballs on this end. So you can really see, I guess, as far as the ones that did get. So this one didn't get edited as far as this Jasper one. Click on that. That's one's truck Val. Yep. So that's one we didn't do. Whether or not we do need to change those out or not, not sure. Now, if we check on those, let's do truck. Now, we only at this point we were only concerned, I guess, with the truck the numbered trucks, right? We didn't worry about these here. But the fact that I did count these, is that what we said? There was 36 in this spot in total. Now I gotta count them again. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 at that point. So 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. So there's 38, it looks like, over in this spot. But I counted this one too. So yeah, there's 36 of the numbered haulers, because I included this one too. Yeah, so I think we're good there. So we did not include, whether or not that's going to pose an issue, I don't know. Let's check these ones. Let's check the ones that we didn't do as far as the file size and whatnot. So this one's truck. I read. Yeah, this is a default. Just by that name of that, I know that's a default truck. Like an old school Pappy model. Truck IRAD, where's that at? Here, let's do it this way. I'm going to sort these by type. Make this a little easier to understand. Okay, we'll do it by type, and we'll also do details. Make it work for you. So now we should have all of our truck stuff. Yeah, so here it is. We got truck 1 through. So where's our truck IRAD? Truck media. I'm just looking at file size. That's all I'm looking at. Truck Xfinity. Where are you at, son? Truck Featherlight. So some of these, yeah, I can definitely see truck Goodyear. This one's pretty a staple one. I mean, Goodyear has been with the NASCAR series since its inception, I believe. Well, I shouldn't say since its inception, but for a pretty long time. I don't foresee that changing anytime soon. Trailing at $1.50. I don't know if I can sort this by name. I'm looking for that truck IRAD. Where you at, son? Jags, merch, NAS. Why am I not seeing it? This might be one of those cases where it's not directly in the track folder. Let me see here. This is coming up as... Nope. It's as instance, so it should be in here. If it was an instance, chances are the 3DO itself isn't going to be in the track. So the fact that it's listed in here as instance as opposed to an instance, it should be in here. So let's see here. Why am I not seeing it though? Nope, it's in here as instance. So it should be in the track folder here. If it said shared, let me double check it again. Yeah, see, it's showing as instance. So that means it should be directly in the track folder. So it should be in here. So truck. I sorted these all by type, so I'm just looking through here. So we got Goodyear, Jags, merch, media, MM. This is another OG truck NAS. Cleanax Shadow. Where the heck are you? That isn't peculiar. Those are all the textures. Oh, we got some more down here. Okay, never mind. Truck black. That's another OG model. So we got some more trucks down here. So we got a jet dryer, truck media, truck M. Oh, these are textures. Never mind. These are MIPS. My bad. I do not see that in there. That kind of is not cool. Should be in here. Why is it not in here? Okay, let's go through these one at a time. Champion. Featherlight. Safety clean. Whoops. Get off there. Truck shadow. Gosh darn it. Stop doing that. One, I wouldn't do it that way. Very expanding. What?
Blacks. Just a thought, blacks.
My bad. I muted the darn mic, so yeah, I must have been typing through. So I don't know how much you caught of that. Sorry about that. My bad. I think I pushed it down. So what I was talking about, as far as to, shit, I don't even remember what I was talking about. Sorry about that. So, one of the things I was talking about, yeah, I pushed that stupid hotkey. My bad. That's my fault. So, what I was talking about is first to make sure that any of these, if it says instance for it, as far as, for instance, this truck IRAD right here, you want to make sure, because that's obviously one of them at least anyway, you either want to ensure that that model is in the track itself, because that's what it's calling for, but I would delete this one out and reapply it. So either if you want it to read from the shared folder as that one is, and I want to explain this properly, because right now it's in limbo. That's the best way I can describe it. In limbo, the object is, it's not calling from shared, although we know it's in shared, but the fact that it's saying instance here, it's in limbo. It's not really reading it from anywhere. What it's trying to read is directly from the track, so it's probably based on an original track build, which I was thinking that this track was scratch. So why that's happening, I don't know, but that's obviously an issue. And the other thing I was mentioning is these types of problems here, where if it's listing it here and just going by what it says here in the track object properties, that model, that 3DO, should be directly in the track, and it's not. So wherever it's trying to read it from, that's an issue. So I would chunk that out and redo it. And if there's any other models in here like that of these trucks, I would change those. I would adjust those. So this one, truck X side, I don't think that one's in here either. We can check that one really quick too, just to see. I would go through all these different trucks to see if they're actually in here, because this one, even this one, is showing as instance, which means the 3DO should be in the track. I don't think it is. I don't know. Is it? That's what I was guessing it was scratch build. I don't know how you built it. If you used a base or anything like that. So, but yeah, if this truck X-side I don't think is in here from what I can tell. So that's probably another one you would have to adjust to make sure. Yeah, from what I can tell, the truck X-side is not in here either, and that's probably another one of those shared ones. I would just go through those and make sure that they're, if you want them reading directly into the track, then put it in there, chunk that out, put it in there, or have it called for from the shared. One place or the other, that way it's one-to-one, I guess, in comparison when you're seeing in the. So the rest of these, like this one, I'm just picking one. This one's truck 32. We know that one's in the track folder, and that is listed as as instance. I want to make sure I'm saying that correctly, because there is such a thing as an instance. An instance means the way Pappy built it. You know, it's built into the geometry of the track, or however the heck they did it. You know, as far as XML and what have you. They had it. When they have it in there as an instance, that means the model isn't needed, but the texture is, right? But the fact that for these two models that I showed with the truck IRA and the X side, neither one of them is in the track at all. So that's obviously an issue. So, so scratch through. So what do you mean no base? So you didn't have a base? So if it is scratch build, I mean that's obviously an issue, is all I'm saying. Zam coming in. How we doing, Zam? Catching me just in the thick of figuring out some issues, I guess, with the track build we're trying to work and helping Torch out, I guess, with some of his issues with his track build. So, bottom line there, Torch, as I'm mentioning, regardless of how it was built, some of these truck haulers are obviously got some issue. But what I want to do also is some of these that we did not adjust, like this truck 7. Let's take a look at this one. I'll try and create these, since I still got that workflow still loaded up in there. So we do have a truck 7. Do we have a truck 7 texture for that? Let's resort these, I guess, by name. Make it easier on us. That way it'll put the so truck 7. Yep, so that does have a texture. So somehow I missed that. I'm not sure how. Is that in our 3D? Let's double check. So nope, I didn't get it there. Okay. So we did miss truck 7. So let's spit that one. I'll open that up in WinMap 2. We'll get the ones that we missed anyway. Okay, so we'll open this up with WinMap 2. And we're going to have to go back to our track. Navigate to that. And so do truck 7. Which is... Where it at? Right there. Okay, so we missed this one. So that's actually Team 77. That's interesting. So it's truck _7, but it's Team 77. Kind of interesting. So that's another one that's going to be out of skew, I guess, with what we were talking about earlier. I guess as far as having the team number, I guess, lined up with the truck the number of the truck. So let's save as. We'll put that into our working folder in our desktop, Truck X. We'll get these runts, I guess, if you want to call them that, I guess, as far as what we missed. Where's my folder? Hello? Where the heck did you go? Oh, there it is. Easy, Pete. Telling you. Had to bring it closer to me so I can see what's going on. Alright, so we got that one. And what else did we miss? Let's see here. Let's go into our track. Now, there was those few that were over here. So I'm going to double check these here. So, truck 47, did we do that one? Gotta check these out here. Well, you know where I got the truck, so yeah. Right. But I don't know about those in particular. I don't know what happened with those. And why it's applied the way to the track the way it is. That's the only thing. I would just, like I said, the easiest fix for that is just to chunk those out and reapply them to where you want them from. Either put them directly in the track so that it's called properly, and or from the shared, I guess. Let's see. So truck 40. What was this one? Truck 47. I think we got this one. Gosh darn it, wrong one. Properties. So truck 47. Did we do that one? Yep, so we got truck 47. I know we missed a couple, so I'm just double checking these all. So we got, what's this one? 34. Did we have a truck 34? Yep, truck 34. Alright. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Got too many windows open. So this one is... Truck 27, yes, we did have one of those, I know that for sure. What's this one here? So we might have some duplicates in here, maybe? Truck 13, I know we did do that one. So truck 7, I think, is the only one we did not do. That's probably why I was that one off or whatever. You did get that one from the share? Okay. Yeah, well, the fact that, again, I don't know, I'm making sure I'm making myself clear that they're not called, they're not in the track folder as they should be. So I would make sure to just correct that. That could be causing an issue with the track too, as far as the functionality of it. It needs to be called specifically to somewhere. So if you want it from the shared or in the track itself, you have to make sure that's corrected. It's because it's obviously a problem. I would do it myself, and I want to make sure that you understand as far as how that works. So truck 7 looks like the only other one we missed. So I'm going to go ahead and do that one at least. So this truck 7 right down. So let's go ahead and I spit that out here. Just making sure it's in there. Okay, I put it in the working folder. Let's copy this over to our make 3DO right here. Like so. And then we still got that max scene open here, so we can easily load this up into the scene and create our new textured model. So we go into our texture. Let's find 7. Boom. Yep. So then we do export that to our appropriate pass file. Yes. And then adjust our script. Say truck 77. So we do have 37 trucks, looks like, as opposed to 36 in that spot. That's confirmed, as far as the numbered ones anyway. Save that, and then we'll run this through our Make3DO command prompt here. Lots of lines in there, so let's do F8. And that up there. Boom. So that's that new truck model. So let's go ahead and... Yep. Whoop, that was our truck. Wait, did I miss this one? I must have missed this one. This was our new one. Let's cut this one out. Oh, you know... Wait, what did I do? Oh, crap. What did I do? Alright, what did I do in the script? Truck 77, it should have spit that out as. Why did it not? Oops, my playlist is done again. Hello? There we go. Alright, so we're getting to the end of this here anyway. So why did this do it as truck 1? Hold on a second. That's weird. Shouldn't have done that. Oh, did I not save it? I might not have saved it. Hold on. Delete. Did I open the wrong? Where's it saving this? Save as. Nope, that's saving to Make3DO. Okay. Why did it not adjust it? Did I not save it? Try it again. So do a save. And we'll do the export of the pass file again just in case. Not gonna hurt. I don't know why it saved it as truck 1. Alright, so we got that. Now we'll run it through here this again. Oh, I see what it did. It did it as X. Oh, I didn't do the X2 script. I gotcha. That makes sense. That's why I made it truck 1. Yep, I had the wrong script called up on here. So it was in the command prompt here. That's what I goofed up on. Cool. Now I should have done that. Now I should have truck 7 in here. Yep, there it is. Truck 77. Actually, I did that wrong too. Crap. See, and this is what we were talking about. See, if I would have done it, it would have made more sense to have it as truck 77 because it is team 77. So I'll have to redo it again. So I'll delete that. And I'll do it as truck 7 because that's what we have already in our track. So let me adjust this to truck 7. That was the name of that 3D. So we're just coinciding it with what's already in the track. Alright. Run it through our script again. So now we should get truck underscore 7. That was what we were talking about earlier, though, as far as to have the truck numbers associated with the, yeah, so if this was truck 77, it would make more sense to me. So the fact that it's truck 7 when it's it got team 77 as the texture, it's kind of odd, but... Alright, so... Before I do that, I want to make sure that truck 7 here is copied over to our backups. Just double check that and make sure. That was already in there. Okay, cool. And we said how many were in here? We got 38. So we're kind of off a little bit, I guess, on... So there's 38 in here, but I don't think we did 38 actual haulers. Weird. So yeah, that's something... We're still off one, it seems. Not sure why that is. We should be at 37, but that one we just missed. But the fact that we got 38 haulers in there, all the way... Well, I shouldn't say they're in sequence either. Sequential order. So we got 2, 3, 4... 83... We still got an extra one in here somewhere. So 34, 33, 32. I'm thinking somewhere in these 30 range, I think we're missing one. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. I'm thinking I missed one there somewhere. because I know I jumped over one. Alright, let me look at the textures again. Go to here. So we go from, this is all we can tell. So you had 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Okay. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and then 38. Nope, so it's not in that area where I thought it was. 31, 32, 33. Okay, so there's no 36 or 37, basically. Yep, so that's good. What are we missing? Alright, anyway, we got that. That was copied over in our backup, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this one over to our track. This is our new one. I'm going to overwrite that. Already confirmed that that's saved, backed up in our other folder. But I want to find out which one I'm missing here. So there's 38 haulers in here, right? So what I'm trying to compare that with is how many textures do we have. So let's highlight these. So how many textures do we have? That's okay, so we got 38 and 38. Okay, cool. So I guess we're good. So there's 38 textures and we got 38 haulers. So that's our confirmation, I suppose, at this point. We adjusted 38 haulers because we got 38 textures, because we can confirm every texture that we have in our Make 3DO, which is where we're reproducing, I guess, a new 3DO based on our workflow. We have 38 textures, and in here we got 38 haulers. That's just to confirm or whatever that we did get them all. So, okay. Chavez is lurking. Appreciate that lurk there. Chicken pot pie. Nice. You make me hungry now. I'm getting to that point where I need to bring this thing to a close. Now, it's been not quite 4 hours. Yeah, so that's pretty good time. So there's a lot of discussion here, I guess, as far as things to do and stuff like that. This is only one step, though, right? As far as to be able to optimize the track a little bit more. I think that's definitely going to help, because that's a huge improvement in the file size for those individual things. What I can probably try and do, I'm going to set this up here. I'm going to take a little bit of a bio break, but I'm going to set this up. Nothing really needs to be changed. We didn't add anything or subtract anything from the track other than to replace directly against those team haulers, right? So with that being done, we can still use the original PTF. So we don't even need, all we need to do is just replace those haulers into the track. So if we open up, let me set this up here really quick, and we can test that out. So it'll load the new haulers as opposed to the old ones. It might necessarily behoove us, I guess, to make a new DAT, which we can also do. I'm going to chunk out, if I do it that way, I'll chunk out these PTFs and save them. These were our previous tests that we did from last Saturday, I guess, to show what changes we could make to the track, I guess, to help it not crash. Delete those fair trunk. I mean, I can do that too, but I want to see how this will actually function, and see if that necessarily, because if those are the default Pappy models, right, it may not be an issue, but that's what I want to confirm. And then if it does still crash on me, even based on that, then that's what I'll look at next, if that makes sense. So let's do this. We'll cut these out, and I'm gonna save them, but I just don't want them in here. So let's paste these over to here. That way I can always put these back. And then what I will do, why the heck did you put that there? Goofy thing. Anyway, so there we go. So now I'm just cleaning this up a little bit. I'm going to put a, yep, so we got everything. I'm going to put the Make 3DO utility. Make DAT, I'm sorry, not Make 3DO. Just got to see where I got one here. I know I do have one in my North Wilkes. So I'm going to copy this over. Get this lined up here. So put this in here. This is what will make ourselves a new DAT. And by doing that, I think this will make a lot more sense to do it this way than to just put the new truck models into the track itself. Because it will still have those older models that are in the DAT. And I think, you know, to get a true sense of the test, we want to make sure that it's only reading those new team hauler files. So by making a new DAT, that'll definitely confirm and undeniably, I guess, be able to test that. leave that open. Let's open up our game track folder. So let's go into that. And we should still have this in our game track directory for Dover. Now what I'm going to do here, this is from a previous test that we did. So I can probably just take all this stuff out. Yeah, I can definitely probably take all this stuff out. That was from last Saturday. So what I'll do on this one here, I'm going to rename this to backup. And I might even go so far as to even still just take this data out. I'll label this backup. I probably didn't even need to do that actually, because I'm going to move this over here. These will be all part of our original files that we'll be able to reestablish if we need to. But what I'll do is, so now we got a fresh track folder here to make a new DAT. So to make these DATs, I've gone through this before, so I'm just going to assume you already know how to do this. So basically what needs to happen in order to produce your new DAT file, make sure that your track PTF is named the same as your, now in this case it's got a lowercase d, which is kind of weird. I always like to make sure it's named exactly the same as your track folder. Now the fact that it's got that lowercase there, it'll probably spit out a DAT file that's actually lowercase. We'll have to see. That may or may not pose an issue. We're done with that. I'm going to close out some things here too. We're done with all of this for now. Yeah. Reset all this. We are done with that. Close it out. Alright, so close that out. Close WinMap2 out. Free up some resources there. Cool. This I'll need to clean out here a little bit, so I'll leave that open for now. I'm going to close out the track. Inspect the geometry. We'll do a new. Close this out. Cool. Alright. Good enough. Yeah, so I'm just freeing up some resources here anyway, just so I got room to be able to make sure this doesn't crash, you know, just because I have too much crap open anyway. They are. I added them because I felt I needed a few more. Oh yeah, I'm not denying that. So is the fact that you needed more haulers. It's just the fact that the way they're called on the PTF is not solid, you know, justified or anything. So let's create this new thing with all that done. It should. Yeah, it did. I don't like this lowercase with the uppercase. That's. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm gonna delete this one. So what I'm going to do on my end, at least anyways, I would make sure you confirm this though. Make sure it's exactly the same. So I'm going to put an uppercase D and refresh that. There we go. Uppercase D. So it did spit it out as a lowercase d, which, I don't know. I feel that's going to be a problem if we do that. Definitely want to make sure it's the same name as your track folder to include case. Alright, so let's spit that out again. There we go. So there's our new DAT. Cut this out. We're going to put this into our track folder. We already backed up the one on the desktop. Well, the fact that it's just a matter of naming conventions, I guess, for this. That it was lowercase. I don't know why either. Same would go for the CAM file. Yeah, I don't know what would cause it. I just would have unpacked it through WinMap2, I guess, from the track you gave me. So I'm assuming that's just the way it was. But yeah, the CAM file might necessarily pose an issue too, so I would probably just adjust that. It's not that hard of an adjustment, but just the fact that it's not a good idea to have your DAT file not line up, I guess, with the exact same name as your track folder. So now that that's all corrected, that should be good. What I will do, like I said, I'm going to take a short little break. I'm going to get this set up, I guess, for going into the track, and we'll see how it runs. But give me just a second, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, folks. Appreciate a little bit of bio break there. Yeah, everything relieved there. It's been a definitely closing in on 4 hours there. Okay, so now what I need to do is get the wheel set up here. Let me do that real quick. So I'm gonna load up the profiler so we can get into the simulation here. All right, let's go. NASCAR 2003. Appreciate everybody's patience. Okay, so yeah, with everything else closed up there, we should be able to go into this with our new track dat. It's got our new models for the truck, the haulers, and all that good stuff. I need to adjust my keyboard here. Apologize for any noise that might come across here. Just gotta adjust some things here. Alright, so let's bring this over here. Alright, I didn't remember almost on mute the mic there. Guess I muted the mic, I guess, in the process there. Guess that kind of worked out for the better. Alright, so let's go into the track. We'll load up our simulation here. I didn't put the wheel, you know, as far as the pedals and all that stuff. I don't think we really need that. Just going to do a really quick 20 lap race in here and see how track responds. Is it load? It didn't load. What the heck? Try that again. Here we go. Okay, let's give this a second here. So we want to go definitely in single race. Oop, monitors. You can't see that on your end, but yeah, the screen kind of's got that ghosting image there. So, yeah, it's definitely fun to drive. So that's why I want to get into this thing here and check it out, see where we're at. So yeah, we're gonna do the half lap because we don't have that lined up, I guess, on the full pace lap as of yet. Yep, so it's all we good. Let's load it up. Go through. We're gonna go right into single race. Get right into the thick of it. In fact, I think what I will do. Let's turn that off. We'll get some of the game sounds going on here, huh? That sounds good. Alright, so we're going to go right to race. We're going to start from the back.
Drivers, start your
It's fluttering right around just above 30 frames. And drops to about 28, 29. Full grid on the back stretch. Here we go. So we're going to run this short little 20 lap race and just see how it responds. If it doesn't crash, then we know we're in the right direction.
I'll call the green there. Tight and loose ship, and I'll walk in front of you. Go get him. All right, man.
You got it half done?
Get ready.
As far as this track, you mean? I mean, life happens, that's for sure.
Grind, grind, grind. Grind, grind, grind.
Takes about half a lap to get him up and get the full song. Oh, we got radio caution. It's definitely not me. Oh god. Oh god.
All the way to the line.
Oh no.
All the way to the line.
That was close.
Stay road closed. Stay road closed.
That wasn't me.
Kinda got a couple cars stuck on the bottom here.
So the fact that these types of things are happening, and that's definitely, you know, creating more reason, I guess, more frames to load.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
You know, with smoke and all that stuff having to render. So that's definitely something really good to test anyway.
Stay behind. To 22. Stay behind. To 22.
Yeah, it was definitely close. He was coming down off the track. I think he was trying to stay up there, but I guess when you hit the wall that hard, you're probably all winded. Got the wind knocked out of him, probably. Man, you got some rear end damage there, that's for sure.
My main pit road will be open this time.
I do not need to pit, so I'm gonna stay out. So far, the track's running good. And this is considering, too, I guess we did not take those other haulers. Now, like I said, if those are honest to goodness, the original shared haulers, I guess as far as the one that was in question there, that's probably not a bad thing. But I would definitely still make sure that they're either called directly from the track or from the shared folder properly. That would be my only... So there's only those handful of ones there.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Chavez, if I do that though, they're gonna make me. They're gonna black flag me. I don't want to do that. So if I jump the whole line here and go right up to hit the pace car, that's gonna be a bad. You wouldn't want me to do that, right? This 22 car, that's Ward Burton, I believe, isn't it? If you drove the 22 back in '98.
One to go right here.
Oh, we are going one to go. Okay. So Chad Little's behind me. Okay. He wrecked a ton, I guess, in that turn 3. Here we go. Oh, this is the lap. Okay, never mind. I thought we were going green this time. This next lap.
1 minute 19.
I got excited there for a second.
5.
Yeah, so in my opinion, I think if we're able to get through this 20-lap race without it crashing, then I know we're definitely in the right direction. If we don't, then that may have something to do with some of the other haulers. At least for my system, anyway. You know, we talked about that earlier. I guess as far as it does come down to how your system is set up. Like right now, this game is running on just one of my 8 cores on my processor or my CPU.
I'll call the green there. Nice smooth shift. I'll watch in front of you. Go get
As
him.
opposed to be spreading across, I guess, all 8 cores.
Get ready.
That can necessarily cause a problem too. All right, we're going green.
Green, green, green. One outside at your door.
Yeah.
Still up there.
Oh, I passed him before this. Gosh darn it. That's my fault. I passed him before I crossed the start-finish line.
What the hell happened now? Remember, no passes to the start finish line.
All right, I'm gonna do a drive-through.
Stop on the side.
I gotta do drive. I passed before I crossed the start-finish line. That's a no-no.
Point 4.
That's a no-no. So that's a legitimate black flag. Gotta come down to pits.
Pit road B35. Eagle man number 3000 second gear.
He's gonna stop me.
Okay, go, go, go.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Pit road B35.
Stop and go.
Eagle man number 3000 second gear.
Yep, that's my penalty for passing before crossing the start finish line. That's a no-no. Can't do that. I was wondering what I was doing. Yeah. I got excited. I wanted to get going. They were too slow.
54.
But at least I get to come down pit road here and I get to, you know, check the trick out from this way. So I got a lap down at least. There it goes. It's crashing. Yep. So there's still obviously an issue. I kind of, in a way, kind of did it on purpose, I guess, to kind of see if coming down pit road. So there's obviously some issues still probably in the infield. Not necessarily just the haulers, but it's definitely something that's still in there that's causing it to crash. So even by doing that, you know, with all the optimization to the model and such like that, there's still some issues there. That was the only... I was actually kind of glad in a way that it did that. Because that just goes to prove that there's still some fine-tuning that we need to do in the infield. By coming down the pit road and those types of things need to be rendered. That was what I was trying to shooting for. So, and again, that's not too... I'm just checking my process out here, making sure nothing else crapped out on me. Everything else still looks good. Cool. Alright, so yeah, there's definitely some more adjustments that need to be done, that's all. So I think that's necessarily where I'm going to call it good, to be honest, because I'm definitely getting hungry. That was a lot of information to go over, but we are definitely that much closer, I guess, to be able to refine as far as the functionality of the track. More things like that, like we just did, but those haulers would have to be applied. So that's no reduction or no ridicule, I guess, about the track at all. It just needs some fine tuning to it is all. Just as I was going over there. So okay, that process is good. Okay, yeah, just checking some things out. Cool. Yeah, that is definitely probably where I'm gonna call it good. That's about where I was hoping to probably end this thing, to be honest. I could probably go just a little bit, just to kind of close this thing up here. I wanted to kind of touch base on the finished product that I came up with, this vehicle transport. This is one of the objects that I did not apply to this track, right? So I want to make that clear. So that test that I just did, I did not apply this new model for this vehicle transport, which I don't think I did. Let me double check this really quick. I don't think I did, though. Vehicle transport, that's down here. So if I've got the original one still in here, that's still not unrefined. So that could be one of them that's still 95.9. This is on 8.7. And the new one, let me double check this. Are the other ones removed? What do you mean? As far as which other ones removed? So the haulers, when I make that new DAT, when I made the new DAT, the new haulers are definitely in there, right? As far as the ones that we just did throughout the course of this stream. What I'm thinking, and I did not replace, is this new hauler. Let me check this out. This vehicle transport. So no, I did not. So that test that I just did, I did not have this new transport vehicle in there, which is the more refined one. This one's at 48 kilobytes, and this was done from last Saturday. What I still had in here upon this new DAT that I just created for the track, it's still got the original one in there. So that could be one of the things that are necessarily causing an issue. So if I put that one in there, create a new DAT, much the same way as I did with just prior to doing that test it again and see if it does it again, and just do it one object at a time to see where it necessarily levels out to where it doesn't crash and it runs smooth. So that would probably be the next thing that would have to be done. I'm not going to do it right now, but that kind of gives you an idea. So this file right here is the original vehicle transport. That's this deal, just to kind of refresh. And this has been refined previously. This is still the original model. So that DAT that I just tested is based on this model still being in there. So probably if I were to put that new refined model in there, it might correct that problem as far as the crash desktop, at least for my system anyway. If anything, I'll probably save that for next time, because we'll continue, I guess, to develop this thing and go through each individual model that does necessarily need to be addressed like that, and to see where it does kind of level it off is all. So yeah, hopefully that does give some confirmation of what I was trying to talk about there, I guess, as far as not putting that new one in there. But we do definitely have the new the new haulers. The only thing if there's any adjustment to the it probably wouldn't hurt to correct those other haulers that I was mentioning too, as far as that should be called from the shared, for example, the truck IRAD, the truck XI, and so on. To adjust those, that might correct some of the issues too. Those are definitely plenty of things to be able to remedy the problems that were existing with the crash to desktop, at least anyway. So that's about all I have for today. We're kind of like right where I was expecting to be as far as that goes. I think I will. I did allude to that. I'll load this up here just to kind of show what I did, just to kind of elaborate a little bit further on the amount of that I've been able to reduce it, and just kind of give you an idea of what's going on with it. So I'll load up Max here really quick and just show that, and then that's where we'll bring it to a close. But I think a lot of information was gone over, and I think there's more, and it can be done to the track for sure. send you that hauler motor I made. Maybe you can refine it in Discord. Yeah, we can see. Yeah, I'd be really curious to see, I guess, as far as how well that one's done. You know, I think what I've got here, I guess, with the 112 polys in total for each of those, and I've shown the reduction, I guess, in the file size as well. That's definitely a huge improvement from what was previously in the track. So, alright, so we got Max open here. I'm just going to open up this one here, and this is just to kind of give you a sense of what I did do to this vehicle transport. Now, I don't remember. I'd have to add it back into the 548 polys, I think it was, that I reduced. So in comparison to what we had and what it is now, so that's this one right here. I'm gonna open up this new one. So this is what I refined, and it can still use some cleanup on it for sure. It's not, but this is to give you an idea. It's got a lot of transparency as far as, you know, TI, and not using all 3D modeling with all these all this undercarriage and stuff. So we took out the 3D wheels, as well as took all this 3D business out, I guess, as far as the structure underneath this undercarriage. So that did reduce a lot of poly. So this one here, in totality, just to kind of show, so the truck, let's go into here, and I'll show the number of polys. Highlight out of those. So we end up with 314 polys, and I do remember, if I add the 548 to that, it was 800 and some odd polys in original, right? So if we add 314 plus the 548, that's what the original model would have had. So if we go 548 plus this 314 that we now have, gosh darn it, darn mouse, 548 plus 314. So it had 862 polys originally. So by that reduction like that, it's definitely going to help, because the fact that there's more than one instance of this model in the track. So again, everything's in multiplicity. When you've got that much detail in one model and you apply it in multiplicity to the track, can necessarily pose an issue, right? So that's something to definitely take into consideration when you're building a track. As much as we want to have all the detail in the track, you do have to somewhat compromise on things to be able to get all the detail that you want. See, I haven't put the exhaust pipes yet, but I was going to use triangle shapes for that. Might add 6 polys. Okay. So yeah, whatever you want to send to me, I can definitely give that a try, and at least be able to compare that to what I've got, you know, with the haulers I got, and you can make your choice as far as which ones you want to keep in there. So I have the haulers that I got there, and obviously, as you've seen, you can easily swap those out from what you already got in there. So there's really not much of adjustment there to be needed. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So that's pretty much all I wanted to cover as far as like from last week up until now, and I think we're definitely in the right direction with optimizing the track and making it much more usable across all different types of systems. Because even trying to stream this stuff, if I haven't made that abundantly clear already, it's really posing the thing as far as like the more things that you got going in the background, as far as like when you're using an older game like this, like NASCAR Racing 2003, even though it's not very, you know, resource hungry, when you're running other things along with it, can pose problems. So the fact that I've got a lot of these things, so as far as streaming it and all that stuff like that, it really kind of shows that we are going in the right direction with this for sure. So let me go ahead and actually I'll keep this as backup. I'll put that back in there, so that new DAT, that'll remind me as far as with that test, at least anyway. So yeah, just a little bit of cleanup I'll have to do, not a big deal. But with all that being said and done, I'm going to get off of here. I'm going to get myself some foods in me, because I'm getting hungry. It's been well over 4 hours, but we've definitely accomplished quite a bit. I think we're in a positive direction, I guess, with optimizing this track. I do appreciate everybody that did stop by and hung around, I guess, for the schedule adjustment on the, you know, for Spline Design Studios Saturday on a Thursday. So definitely won't be streaming again. I will be streaming again tomorrow for Farming Friday for sure. But for Saturday I will not be, and that's hence the reasons why I'm streaming here for Thursday. So that's the only adjustment in the week for this week at least, this streaming week at least anyway. I do appreciate those like Torch and Chavez, if you're still, whoever happens to be still lurking in there. Y'all are fantastic, but I do hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, whatever you tend to want to do. And I'm just going to go ahead and end this thing. You can feel free to stick around for the host at the end of the stream. I'm just going to do what I consider to be a soft raid. And I thank you all for watching. I hope to see you again very soon.